system's on. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the West Hartford Public Schools Board of Education regular meeting for April 4th, 2017. Can you please call the roll?
Mrs. Blanks,
Here.
Ms. Exum,
Here.
Dr. Greenberg,
Here.
Dr. Overmeyer Velasquez,
Here.
Mr. Paul Uke,
Here.
Mr. Sarzan,
Here.
Mr. Zdanowitz,
Here.
student representatives Hugo Barrione
Here.
and Sarah Berman.
Here.
Hugo, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have no revision to the agenda order, but we do have some student participation today. Mr. Moore?
I'll let Gretchen come on up and introduce.
Thank you very much. Each West Hartford public school and many town offices are participating in Autism Awareness Month by talking about autism, displaying blue lights, and decorating a puzzle piece, the symbol of autism. We're here to present you with the West Hartford Public Schools Autism Puzzle.
Autism or autism spectrum disorder refers to a range of conditions characterized by challenges with social skills, repetitive behaviors, speech and nonverbal communication, as well as by unique strength and differences. We now know that there is not one autism, but many types caused by different combinations of genetic and environmental influences. It is estimated that 1 in 68 children are on the autism spectrum. This includes 1 in 42 boys and 1 in 189 girls.
Stephen Shore was diagnosed with atypical development and strong autistic tendencies, and he was told that he was too sick for outpatient treatment. Dr. Shore was recommended for institutionalization. Nonverbal until 4, with much support from his parents, teachers, wife, and others, Stephen is now a professor at Adelphi University, where his research focuses on matching best practice with the needs of people with autism. He says, if you've met one individual with autism, you've met one individual with autism. Similarly, Carrie Magro, a motivational speaker, comic strip author, movie consultant, and anti-bullying advocate, who also is a person with autism, proclaims, autism can't define me. I define autism. I would like to introduce you to 2 West Hartford students who have defined their autism. Allison and David attend our post-secondary program.
Autism awareness is important so that people understand that there are different types of autism. Autism spectrum has a wide range of differences.
Awareness helps so others can understand.
Good job.
Thanks. Awareness helps so others can understand people with autism and their behaviors. So people with autism won't be picked on. We might do or say strange things. So appropriate accommodations can be put in place. Just because you don't have autism doesn't mean you can't do things that everyone else does.
My autism makes me feel different. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. I know I have very little. It makes me feel alone in the world. It's hard for me to make friends, and I can also talk a lot.
My autism feels like I'm normal. I fit in sometimes, but not others. Sometimes not. Sometimes people are rude to me, and I want to be rude back, but I don't want to deal with the consequences. Overall, I'm great at making new friends, and I try to be as helpful as I can to people.
Their words were written by themselves, they're original. And so I want to thank you for your support and for allowing us to bring autism awareness to you and your viewing public. So the presentation is here for you. Thank you.
And thank you both. Thank you both so much for that wonderful presentation. Thank you. Thanks very much. Public communications, I didn't see anyone signed up, but would anyone like to address the board tonight? There'll be another opportunity at the end of the meeting, as this is a regular Board of Education meeting. Fair enough. Moving on. Before I get to our very unfinished business, I just want to say a couple things and also certainly offer the mic to my colleagues if they wish to say anything. First, I want to start with some thanks to Tom and his team, to my fellow board members, our colleagues on the town council and the state legislature, and certainly mostly to all of you here watching and who have participated in this very long and intense process for a month, but even more so since we started this process prior to that. Your emails, your hundreds of emails, as Dr. Greenberg can attest to, were carefully considered and read by all of us and responded to by Cheryl. Thank you. And it's been very gratifying, more than anything, for us to see the level of commitment, interest, and value we all place in our schools, our students, our teachers, staff, et cetera. So more than anything, I mean, for me, this has been an opportunity for us to do that. I want to, again, reiterate my thanks to my board members. We have spent hundreds and hundreds of collective hours going through these items, and it's been most definitely the most difficult board budget process we've had to go through, certainly in my tenure and certainly in recent memory. Not only has the budget been one at the outset in the district itself, one that faced a lot of increases because of contracted salaries, because of medical expenses increasing, transportation and other things. But in addition, we were forced to confront the possibility of including even more money adding to our budget from the proposed governor's budget from the state. And we will certainly be voting on that tonight as well. So let me go over quickly what we're up to tonight and what our process is. As I've mentioned, we've already gone through a long kind of iterative process of introducing and receiving the budget, discussing it, debating it here at the table in public via conversations. Tonight will be the final step in that process where we will all vote on the budget, and then from here, as I've mentioned before, it moves on to the town council, and the town council will include it in the town's larger budget for a vote on April 2024. We will go through, I'll start by stating what we've decided not to include as part of our consideration for board cuts, and then I'll make a motion and we'll move into a conversation about the superintendent's proposed budget, the governor's proposed inclusion in that budget, and then the remainder of the time we will go line by line and discuss and vote on other items possibly to cut in addition to what has already been discussed and suggested by the superintendent. Let me see. Does anyone else want to say something before we move to the actual formal process? No? Good? All right. So, adoption of the 2017-2018 Board of Education budget. May I have a motion to review the superintendent's proposed budget in the amount of $1,666,220,361, make revisions as necessary, and adopt the 2017-2018 Board of Education budget.
So moved.
Second? Second. All right, folks, so we're going to go into this, and I believe Chip is going to come up and give us some AV support for our consideration. So Chip, do you want to briefly explain what we're looking at before we dive in?
Sure. So this is this is just this was the current 2016-17 budget of $153 million. This is the superintendent's budget as proposed and reviewed with you guys, $166.2 million, an 8.44% increase. And then this will be sort of a running total of cumulative changes made tonight. So there are a series of items that you've agreed to discuss, and you'll, make a motion to discuss each one of these items, and then make a motion to either accept or reject the items. Once you accept them, I'm going to, if you accept them, I'll put a yes in there, and then the totals will update. If you say no, then the totals will not update.
Thank you. And again, once we've gone through all of these items, we will then vote on the entire budget, and we'll vote individually. All of these pieces will be just as a regular motion, second, discussion, and then voting to cut or not to cut. And then at the end, once all of the amendments have been discussed and voted on, we will vote on the entire budget as amended, and that'll be a line count, a person-to-person count. One thing I'll mention before we get started, as I said, these are the following items I'm about to mention are the ones that are not on this list. We've mentioned these before, but I'll do so once again, just for clarity. So these are items that were on the original superintendent's additional budget reductions for consideration by the board, and we are no longer considering them. So E1, magnet teachers. I'm sorry. Make sure I get everything right here. All right. E2, early intervention reading specialists. E3, librarians in elementary schools. E5, world language in elementary schools. E6, raising class size guidelines, and E7, full day kindergarten in any school. M2 in the middle school, the unified arts is not for consideration. Under high school, H2, eliminating high school reading teachers. System-wide, not for consideration. Middle school Quest and elementary school Quest. And then finally, under pupil services reduction, the following items will not be considered for cutting. PS1, reduce resource program staff by 2. PS2, early learning center staff by 1. PS4, reduce counselors by 4, and PS5, reduce nurses by 1, and PS6, eliminate the bridge contract. So those items will not be under discussion tonight. Again, all the items that we will be discussing are up there, and anyway, any questions or concerns?
Yeah, I just want to say, we agree with all of the other things that we've talked about. I think we, as a unanimous board, have agreed that those items that we just went through are safe. I do want to add back onto the list. I just want to make sure that we're keeping it as the gym requirement. I can't see all the way down. Okay. Yep. So it's on there. Okay. Yep.
Any other clarifications before we move ahead? All right. Let's see. All right. So everyone So we'll start with the first item, which is I have a motion to eliminate adjustments to reflect the governor's budget. This is the roughly $5.8 million that is calculated by the $8.01 million addition, potential addition of payment for teacher pensions minus the proposed $2.2 million special ed funding comes to 5.81, or as that amount says there on the board, 5.8 and change. So have a motion again for that?
So moved.
Second? All right, discussion about this?
I would urge that we vote no on this, for the simple reason that
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Vote no, we shouldn't stop, or no, we shouldn't use it?
we should leave it there. Because I understand the feeling and the sentiment coming down that
we are not going to bear the full brunt of it. And I don't believe for a minute that we're going to bear the full brunt of it, okay? I mean, you know, as Representative Slapp so eloquently went through the process of how a bill becomes a law, you know, yeah, he did. It was very nice. We will not be hit with the full $8 million. I don't doubt that for a minute. But what I do know is that the state is still in trouble, and I do know that we don't know what impact will be handed down to us. And I wasn't here last week, and I don't want to open up another can of worms, but I will just go on record right now as saying I am severely disappointed in the teachers' unions for their unwillingness to at least consider reopening their contract so that we don't have to go through these cuts, so that we don't have to put teachers and student services in jeopardy. I really felt that that was an option that we should have been able to use, and I understand why we can't, but I still feel strongly about it. It gives us more flexibility than what we're about to go through tonight. And it's all six of us voted. I know Dave did not vote for this teacher's contract, but all six of us unanimously and enthusiastically voted for this teacher's contract. So it's not that we don't feel that they don't deserve their increases, and it's not that we weren't happy to vote them, but we are in a very unique situation, and we, by not acknowledging that potential hit, I feel like we're playing chicken with the state of Connecticut. And quite honestly, with all due respect to Representative Fleischman, Cheryl, you and Mark weren't at that meeting, that public meeting that we had with the state representatives, where Representative Fleischman looked me and Chris Barnes in the eye and said, the out years are going to be just fine. Now, I'm not sure what his definition of out years is. Is it 21, 27? I don't know. But I know that anyone who's looking at the state's financial picture knows full well that the next 3 to 5 years are not looking good. And I just don't feel comfortable taking a $5.8 million chunk out of this equation and making believe that the state's going to restore it. So I would respectfully urge a no vote on this, and that's that.
I'm asking this sort of embarrassingly out of ignorance, but if we took it out, and I'll say in a minute why I think we might consider taking it out, and I don't know the answer to that either, but I'll make my argument. But let's say we take it out, and we pass a budget, and that's the end of that, and then 3 months from now, it does turn out that we lose money, and then it seems to me that the town council comes back to us and says, now you got to find more cuts, and at that point, we'll have to find more cuts. What I'm not clear about is how it helps us to put it on now. That's just a genuine question.
Well, I mean, Tom, maybe you can weigh in on this, but I believe that once we've passed our budget and we've got notices out, we can't go retroactively back and say, we were just kidding. So if we pass this budget and then we do get this level of a hit, then the town is on the hook for it. I mean, that's it. So that's where I'm just not comfortable going down that path, which is why, and again, this is not, anger or disdain with the WHEA, not at all. I'm just simply saying I felt that move gave us the most flexibility. And if there was that much confidence in the state of Connecticut being able to restore our money, then it wouldn't be a problem to restore their salary increases. That's all my only point.
No. And I actually wasn't speaking to the teachers thing. The reason I'm not in favor, there's several reasons, but the reason I wasn't in favor of the teachers thing is it would only, even if it helped, it would only help for 1 year.
Absolutely.
It doesn't solve the problem.
Agree.
So that didn't seem to me to be fair. But that's another question.
Sure.
My point is that when the governor, whoever it was, who took away money recently, the $500,000 or whatever it was at the beginning of the year that we thought we could count on in December, they did that. We had to compensate. We didn't have a choice. We took it out of our extra fund or whatever it was, but the point is once we got...
Fund, right.
A reserve fund.
Yep.
But the point is that once we got an added cut, we had to respond. So my question is, this is even a larger question, does it matter if we leave it in or not, in the sense that it is what it is, and if we get it back, we get it back, and if we don't, we don't, but...
So a couple things about this specific set of money. it's not in law right now. This is just the governor's, this is absolutely just the governor's proposal. So historically, you know, we've typically included the governor's proposals in our budgets, both at the town level and at the board level. This is really the first year that the governor's proposals have had any impact at all at the board level. They mostly impact at the town level. And so it was just an unusual year this year that the expectation was that these were going to be board level expenditures. Normally, this is a town level decision. So if the town is going to decide, and we've had extensive discussions with the town manager about what the right approach is, and given the unanimous disapproval of the governor's pension proposal at the state level, given the fact that no other town is, Board of Ed or town is putting this money in, and given that there seems to be strong desire to maintain the excess cost grant the way it's currently structured, because that's really a benefit to all towns, and the fact that they're really looking seriously at some type of change to ECS. So all those three factors suggest that this isn't a firm number at all. This is what the governor's proposal is. It's not a firm number at all. And so our best bet is to take out this uncertainty that this number represents, and the town will make the decision as to how to deal with that uncertainty.
And I understand that logic, Chip. I mean, I preface it by saying I don't believe that we are going to be on the full hook for the $8 million. I really don't believe that. Everyone knows this budget is DOA. There may be the only person in favor of it is the governor himself, and he might not even be sure about it. But I just don't know if the reason that the other towns aren't doing it. I just go back to when I was 5 years old and my mother said, hey, if everyone else is jumping off the bridge, would you do it too? And I'm sorry, that's just an awful lot of money. And, you know I'm going to get voted down, so it's an academic discussion, but I'm just registering my thoughts on this. If out of an abundance of caution, we go down this path.
So I guess, to take your analogy, jumping off the bridge is putting this into the budget. Not putting it into the budget is not jumping off the bridge.
Well, to the analogy is that what he's getting at is every other town is removing this from the budget, therefore that's our argument to remove it from the budget.
No.
That's the jumping off the bridge.
No, because this is, jumping off the bridge is that leap into uncertainty. What is going to happen when you jump off the bridge? This is that uncertainty. This is not a fixed, this is just the governor's number, which is dead on arrival. So there is no sense anywhere that this represents a reasonable number, nor is that a reasonable estimate, nor really would I suggest that it's the board's purview to make that, because fundamentally this is an intergovernmental revenue issue, fundamentally. I mean, this is a negative revenue because it's an expenditure, but it's fundamentally an intergovernmental revenue, and that really is best handled at the town level, not at the board.
Can I make a suggestion before we go
Yes,
off
please,
and get
please.
into the poetics of semantics, which I appreciate. First of all, Jay, I appreciate your thoughts. I mean, I suspect this conversation tonight was going to be a conversation about degree and not kind, right? I think we all agree, and one thing I would disagree, I think we are angry. I think we're angry at the governor for proposing this and putting this here in the first place. And the question is how we're going to deal with it. And from the get-go, our focus here on the board is advocacy for the children and for the schools and the teachers in the town, and that's why we're here and that's what we're doing. So the question then becomes, right, the degree to which we keep something like this amount on, or I would certainly argue, I mean, in addition to what Chip said, also the different levels of relative security. I agree. We don't know. We ultimately don't know. But hedging our bets, and the town manager also weighed in on this, someone who's been around the block a couple of times on these kinds of discussions. And finally, I would also argue that, and I think you would agree, we also already, with the proposed budget as is, are also already doing a considerable amount of cuts. Like most cuts we have done in half a generation at the town level. So this is going to, again, just to be clear, that this is going to be a conversation of degree and not kind.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I mean, I think that Tom and Chip and Andy and Paul have done yeoman's work at actually going in and identifying real legitimate cuts. And I'm not trying to minimize the $2 million that you've already taken out, Tom. And I know that's going to be painful. I do. And I think to your point, Mark, the town does need to start to really talk about what they're going to do. And, if I knew that the municipal side of this equation were going to say, you know, we'll fall on the grenade, so to speak, and we'll keep in place the one government service that everyone seems to agree on needs to be funded, I'd be far more comfortable taking this out. But so we don't have any sense of where the municipal side is going to go. And if we're talking about degrees, I mean, I'm happy to say, well, okay, maybe not 5.8 million, maybe we only, you know, go 2.8. I don't know. I mean, is it an all or nothing proposition? I mean, is there a middle ground that we can work toward? I don't know.
I'm still back a step, and I don't know what my issue is here, but I still don't understand. We're voting on a budget that says basically we're going to spend X amount of money, right? And we're about to say, well, X amount minus this because we're going to take this program, and minus that because we're going to take away that program. So this budget is what we want to spend. I don't understand what difference it makes whether we list the budget cut from the governor or not.
Well,
it's still, we're going to spend what we're going to spend.
But there's a lesser impact to the taxpayers. There may be a lesser impact
But
to.
how? What I'm saying is, so let's say we come up with $100 million, just for a round number. Okay, that's our budget. We've managed to cut it down to that. So what's the difference if we say we're spending $100 million or we're spending $100 million and there's a $5 million deficit? We're still spending the we're still arguing to spend the $100 million.
So right now, we're assuming a governor's impact of roughly $5.81 million, okay? So that means with the roll forward and the budget changes, we're looking at roughly a $13 million funding gap, okay? So that $13 million funding gap assumes that we're not going to get. Okay, so if we assume that we are going to get it and then we don't, that's my challenge.
But my point is, our number is our number. We're going to say, right, we want to spend, whatever the number is, that whatever our fixed cost is that we're going to agree, we're going to put forward as the budget, that's what the money that we're going to ask for. Whether it comes out of, do you see what I mean? Our job is to figure out what we are going to spend money on, it seems to me. That's what I don't understand.
So, say we left this in, for argument's sake, and we go forward and we leave this in, and we have to make cuts accordingly, right? So at the end of the day, we're making more cuts than we reasonably have to, right? Okay? And the taxpayers of West Hartford are going to have to pay more August 1st because this money will be in there, right? Let's say it goes through, the governor's proposal passes. That gets passed on to the taxpayers, right? However, if we didn't do our due diligence with the larger number and cut where appropriate, taxes would be inappropriately high. So if we cut in accordance with that number left in the budget, then our taxes would potentially be lower. So we would make more, the cut would be deeper tonight by, let's say, 5.8 million than it would be if we took it out and we guessed. Now, I just want to say one more thing too, is the 151 legislators, we are getting our information, at least you guys, the caucus, are getting your information that potentially this is dead on arrival, and we've all kind of heard that. But don't forget, we were impacted severely as a town. The third largest hit in the state of Connecticut. So out of those 151, our legislators sat here and said, we don't support that budget. There are 4 or 5 people out of 151. You know, if Old Saybrook is fine with the proposal, with the budget, Seymour is fine with the budget, and Greenwich and all these other towns, and where does that leave us? So then we pass this budget with that removed. I get it, right? What number is it going to be? And it potentially can be a large number. So we pass our budget by town charter, then the town passes theirs, and that's our budget. Now the state passes their budget, say, in August, and that number's still in there. I don't know what happens at that point because we've never crossed that bridge, but that's the potential. Like, I'm going on hearsay to remove that number, 5.8. I have no concrete evidence because it's not law. Neither the governor's budget's not law, and neither is the potential new budget law. So we're in this quagmire here, and that's what we're talking about. So to Jay's point, I feel uncomfortable with that quagmire. I agree that I don't necessarily think it's going to be 5.8, but I don't know what number it's going to be. And we're going on hearsay and speculation, and we're putting our finger in the dam at this point. And why? We've been put in a horrible position, as you all know. And it's just, and I don't vote out of semantics. I think it's a real issue. The state's not out of trouble this year. This board's going to look different this year, next year than it does this year. And we're going to have to cross this bridge again, was a big example here, the bridge. We're going to have to cross this bridge again next year, too. And how we do that and what gets cut, what stays, I also want to kind of segue into that. The town came out in strong numbers. We all agree, right? We've gotten, I don't know how many emails, I'm going to speculate over 300, and that's unprecedented. And we've had standing room only, with the exception of tonight, because a lot of people had voiced their concerns. And I'm very disappointed. And I want to say this, and I want this to ring in everybody's ears. The town side has come with no substantial cuts, solutions, evidence of solutions, or anything. They've left it on the Board of Ed's back without teaming up and trying to come out with a consolidated solution, and I'm disappointed. I've said this before publicly, that people don't come to West Hartford because we got a Chick-fil-A, okay? Ribbon cutting and all. They come because of the services, the people, and the school system. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the school system. We're not talking about the ribbon cutting at Chick-fil-A. And I'm disappointed that the town did not come to the table with real solutions.
Points are well taken. The question of the $5.8 million is really the mystery, and you're right, it's a mystery number, and we don't know what the state's going to do. So I see it as kind of two options of uncertainty. And the one option of uncertainty is removing it from the budget, and then the town goes through, we rehire teachers, we make an informed decision for next year saying we're going to spend this amount of money. The town sends its tax bills on July 1st. Then worst case scenario happens in August, September. What does the town do? My assumption would be, I'm not an expert, my assumption would be an unplanned spending event that occurs, like October snowstorm, that the town would have to go to its reserve fund. $18 million in reserve fund, spend out of that. And then next year we would be facing the situation where we'd have to make cuts to replenish that, and then whatever next year's budget would be. And so that's the decision to make on one end. The other decision to make is assume the worst, which means we send out layoff notices, we make significantly more cuts to the budget, or we raise taxes, one or the other, and then it doesn't happen, or it doesn't happen to near that extent. And in September, I can't rehire that staff. We can't redo our class lists. And so that's where the uncertainty, you're exactly right, and we're all mad about it. It's just kind of, do I do uncertainty where I do at least have a backup plan? Or do I do uncertainty in a way that the burden may be felt by the kids? That's all.
And I do acknowledge the caucus's position, because it would be a crying shame if we went ahead and we went down this path. We made all these reductions, and then it turns out that Andy and Beth are right, and hey, look at that, happy days. And yes, that would be horrific if we went ahead and did this. I mean, but we're in a tough position, and I'm just erring on the side of caution. That's all. There's nothing personal about it. There's nothing vindictive about it. It's just how I operate. So.
I guess I just want to be clear about it. I understand exactly what you're saying. My point is, I pretty much, with a couple of exceptions, know how I'm going to vote on these changes, and I'm going to vote for these changes no matter what that other number is. So the question about whether we put it in a way does not reflect, if we put it in, I'm not going to make more cuts than if we don't put it in. That's what I'm saying. So that's why it just seems to me that it's silly to put it in. But I understand the point, the larger point of we need to cut as much as we responsibly can because it's going to be bad no matter what.
Yeah, maybe
That
we should have
understand.
maybe put this item last. I don't know. Maybe it would have been.
Yeah.
don't know.
So I was just talking about whether to put it on this list or not because it's.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's all I meant.
I mean, and also to your point, now we're going to go around on this, but again, I appreciate you bringing up the town side of it, because as Tom's scenario plays out, at the end, it's the town that's going to have to with us. And so part of the calculation for me is, do we take the hit here? Do we freeze salaries? Or do we say, no, we're not doing that. We're going to not disrupt number one priority in the town, and the town will have to eat it with their reserve fund, and then we'll, it feels to me it's least, but again, all right. Any other comments before we take a vote on this? All right, thank you, folks. All those in favor of eliminating adjustments to reflect the governor's budget of the tune of $5.81 million, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
So we have five yeses and 2 noes. Thank you. Moving on. Can I have a motion to, what's the word, eliminate?
So we're just going to go down the list?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now this is the next one, a motion to eliminate Suzuki programming, E4.
I'll move to discuss this.
Motion second. All right, so we're we're in discussion mode. We'll do this, we're going to get used to this, then we'll do this again, and then we'll have a vote at the end for all of these remaining items. So, discuss.
I'll go. This is one, it was a great example, and for me, I was glad that it was one of the first items we discussed. I came in 2 weeks ago with an idea of how I felt about the Suzuki program. And then I learned the facts and the statistics on it. 70% of the students still stick with the instrument. Those who don't, it's an opportunity to get into music, to have an instrument in your house, in a family that most likely might not have an instrument in the house. In my own house, I know we're very musically involved and we're able to afford that, but I'm highly aware that other students are not in that position. And I think for the dollar amount we're discussing and the population that's being served, this is a great program to keep.
Dave, you're absolutely right. I mean, all those things are spot on, and I'm in agreement with you in the concept of it. But remember, I'm an unemotional robot on this at this point, and I just have to look at it as I understand the impacts, and this is what makes it stink, but I don't think it hits as many kids as it doesn't meet my criteria for hitting as many kids as it should. And I know that it's a very small amount. This is going to be a reluctant cut vote for me, but I'm going to recommend that we remove this reluctantly, but.
I also vote, as Dave suggested, that we keep this program simply because of the target population that it reaches, and there would be so many students who wouldn't have this opportunity to even perform with an instrument and have that opportunity to go further because of what the program provides for them. And also there's a strong parent component, which again reinforces the importance of discipline in using an instrument, and how that also carries over into other subject areas to improve academic learning. So I strongly support that we keep this and not eliminate it, because it would affect far too many students in our district.
And I'm just echoing what Dave said. It became apparent as we went through this process. I was the same way. At first I thought, I think this is one we can let go, but after hearing and seeing the impact that it has, looking at long-term what we have, looking at our music program, having that exposure early helps with that equity piece and really diversifying later. And also, it's a magnet enhancement. We do want students to be attracted from all over the district to coming to our magnet schools. I think it's an important priority, and I do support keeping it.
So you're going to be surprised at this one, because I really think this program probably should be expanded to all schools, because the magnet schools shouldn't be able to just have this particular and not the rest of the schools, because it's quite honestly it's unfair. And it's, you know, there are free and reduced lunch kids, and there's needy kids at every school, not just the magnet schools. And this doesn't support that. This is a couple schools. I know it's a small number, but seeing that it's not supporting the entire system, it's kind of why I think that it's a potential cut for me, because, you know, I would like to see other people be involved in this program. And you know what? At each school, there are free instruments that get left over and donated. And there's opportunities for those kids that don't have to rent and buy instruments anyway. So those already exist. And I think that this probably could exist that same way. It's just creative solutions to this. So the impact is minimal, only because there's only at 2 schools, and it's not a school-wide impact. I see the value of this, hence why I think it should be probably throughout the school district, but unfortunately, we're not in those times, because I think a lot of people can benefit from this program. But being that it has the least amount of impact, and, you know, I always kind of try to relate to impact in the classroom. And believe me, arts, I support them, and I consider this part of the classroom as any of the rest, as math and reading. But as far as what we have to do and make tough decisions, you know, if we could not increase this program, eliminating would be my vote.
So can I just ask, for better times, what would it cost to expand this program?
Probably looking about 360,000 to get it across the district. 360,000 to 400,000.
Yeah, the program reaches 15 kids at each school
15?
in grades pre-K through 3. So if you wanted to replicate that, you know, that's 1.0 FTE, so that's in 2 schools. So we got 9 that don't have it, so we need to add 4.5 FTEs. Yeah.
Thank you. Again, just a kind of a generalized statement here about, none of us want to cut any of these programs, right? This is very clear, and it has been said over and over again, but it bears saying. So this is just a matter, again, of degree versus kind, and we also have, throughout this process, we've all had different data points and points of research and information, and we also have different connections with the schools, and so I just wanted to make sure that's clear. What else to say? I'm in favor of keeping the Suzuki program. All those in, sorry, anything else before we move on? All those in, how do I say this? All those in favor of keeping? Removing? We're removing. Okay, all those, so this is favor, ready for the double negatives, guys. All those in favor of eliminating Suzuki programming, please say aye.
From the list of cuts?
No, we're not having a conversation about a list of cuts. We're having a conversation about cuts. Again. All those in favor of eliminating Suzuki program from the West Hartford school system.
Aye.
Aye. I just did.
Although, I want me to clarify just to make sure. Okay, I don't want. No, I understand. We're getting started. All those opposed.
No.
Nay.
All right.
Nay.
All right.
Nay.
All right. Now we have 2 yeas and 5 nays. All right. All right. So all of these will be about. Well, actually, they're not all. Some are increasing, some are eliminating. So we'll have to pay close attention. Next up.
You'll fall asleep.
I know. We're only number 4. Come on, stay sharp, guys. Stay sharp. All right. I have a motion to, and this is, ay, Dios mío. I'm just going to get back here. Get the full language here. Okay. A motion to reduce reading school teachers, M1 at the middle school level. A motion, please.
So moved.
Second? All right, discussion.
So I initially had this as a cut. You know, my feeling that if you are not eliminating, if you're reducing, it's okay. But I think that over the course of this process, I've come around a little bit, and now I'm in favor of leaving it as it is.
Thank you. Good.
At the risk of opening it, go ahead, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
I just wanted to say, well, I'm so happy to hear you say that. I can't support reducing reading to teachers, just because it's our basic building block. If you can't read, I don't care what grade you're at, we have to continue to work at it. We can't remove it from our students who need it the most. It's the most fundamental item to education, so I'm cannot at all stand behind that.
So, some of you might remember, I was never really in favor of cutting this at all, and I didn't go down that road. And I think we all talked about this previous, is to reallocate resources in this area. Because what you have is elementary, middle, and high school, and we know that we have reading in all levels, and we even have reading specialists at the high school level. And I thought, in my mind, thinking outside the box a little bit, if you could reallocate resources and take them from the middle school and apply them to the elementary school and develop a better base and spend more time with those people that are having difficult times reading, I think that would be a better effort spent. Not eliminating them in middle school at all, but reallocating. So 6, maybe you take 4 or 2 of them and put them in the elementary schools. I don't know the mix, but I feel that somehow, when you build a house, you need a big foundation, right? Good foundation. And that, to me, that reading foundation comes earlier on. And I know that, learning difficulties continue throughout the span of the school system. And it was something that I think we should review as a board going forward at some point.
Mark, thanks. I appreciate you bringing that up in general terms, because I think one thing we've done in this process has been taken a very careful look at a lot of different programs. So those kinds of suggestions, I think the next one will bear the same kind of comment about this is a vote of whether or not to keep them or not, but what it has signaled is whether or not there are efficiencies or redundancies or perhaps needs to, which is not what we're doing now at the table, but Tom has taken notes and knows that these are the kind of things that we can have a presentation on and have more careful consideration about making alterations to programs as opposed to cutting or keeping. Any other comments about this one? All right. All those in favor of reducing middle school reading teachers, please say aye. Opposed?
No.
Aye, nay, whatever. Nay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
We're educated people, right?
It's okay. Yay, nay. It doesn't make sense, this too. You can just raise your hand if you want. All right, folks, moving on. We're starting to get in the hang of this. May I have a motion to, this is also the middle school, convert grade 7 and grade 8 to a high school schedule model and thereby increasing class sizes.
So moved.
Second? Discussion mode.
Can I just ask again publicly for somebody, either you or you, Tom, to tell me, these are 2 different questions that we're discussing here. One is the pedagogical argument for whether or not teams are appropriate, and the second is the cost. Pedagogically, I think, but I'm not ready to make a decision yet, but it sounds to me like I would lean toward keeping them for 7th grade and reconsidering 8th grade, where some people argue that kids are ready for more autonomy. I'm not ready to make that argument now, but I know you're not asking us to make that argument now. But I don't think it makes any sense to get rid of teams in 7th grade. So I just want to say that that's my overall sense, again, from all the feedback we've gotten from teachers and families. So do I understand you correctly that if we voted to change teams only, get rid of teams only in 8th grade, that would not be a meaningful budgetary change?
Yeah, you're right in that this is, part of the reason why it's on here is because it's 8 FTs, which is one of the things you weigh is what tumult does it create versus what do you get? How many people does it affect, as you've pointed out? And so this would create tumult, but it's $500,000, so you think about it as a budgetary, not necessarily pedagogical. Once you keep 7th grade, it's not a direct split where it goes down to 4 FTs. It's probably in the 2s, 2.5 when you're looking at how you have to split and how you have to hire, because certification issues and just how you're planning out. So what you're talking about is a pedagogical discussion, which we're happy to do next year, look at our middle school and why we do it that way, and it's perfectly fair question. As far as the financial impact, if it's just 8th grade, you don't have that same bang for your buck. You do have, I don't think we've done the due diligence that you can make that decision at this point.
Yeah, I guess if I understand then correctly, then I would argue not to convert, to get rid of a team, because if it doesn't make a lot of budgetary sense, then we ought to be very deliberate about whether or not it makes pedagogical sense. And I'm open to that, and I hope that you will address it. It might lead to savings in the future. It might lead us to keeping teams in the future. I don't know. But I'm not willing to make that kind of decision now unless there's a real budgetary impact, and it sounds like there isn't. And since I'm not willing to get rid of it in 7th grade, given what everybody has said, as I understand, I would argue that we not support the cut at this point. But that I do ask you to ask the question more broadly in the future.
So, I agree with you. Not necessarily pedagogical, philosophically. 8th grade, if we had teams in 6th and 7th grade, you get them used to coming right out of elementary, you put them in teams in 6 and 7, I think there's some added value there. Now, whether we save on the budget or not, whether it's a budget item or not, philosophically, removing the team concept in 8th grade, I think gets them ready for high school a little earlier, budget aside. So, I still think that this team model needs improvement, as I said a couple times before, and I don't know if any of my middle school principals are out there, but I think that there's some improvement there, and we work under a continuous improvement model. The 7th and 8th grade, I get it. I'm not in favor of that. But again, going forward, keeping teams in the 6th and 7th grade and removing in the 8th, give it a little more independence, give them that ability, that environment to succeed in for high school would be something that I would be up for discussion.
And sorry, one thing I'd point out is if we had an influx unexpectedly, we have registrations that come in August 20th to 30th. Those are the kind of things that can force us away from a team model in the 8th grade anyway. I mean, that where you make accommodations at that level, which has happened before, where it's become, the teams are so large, is it really a team structure? It is something I'm absolutely happy. We'll put it on the agenda for early in the year next year with our middle school principals, and we'll have research and Ann present it, and what's the body of literature out there I'll give you for previous readings, and then we can go forward and discuss it.
There's a third element that we haven't talked about, and that's the perceived equity among the 3 schools, with Bristow having a baked-in team function. And I understand the concerns about that, but I would counter that. I think that there's inherent inequity between Bristow and Sedgwick and KP in that I feel that there are more opportunities, clubs, athletic events, whatever it happens to be. I think just by sheer scale, you have an inherently unequal experience at KP and Sedgwick than you do at Bristow. So we can't get wrapped around the axle as to whether or not things are equal or unequal. Cheryl, I'm kind of tracking down your path, and that is, if we're talking about removing the 7th and the 8th grade teams, I think it's almost like ripping off the Band-Aid. If you're going to do it, do it. All right. I agree with my colleague Mark here about getting the 8th graders ready, but if there's no real tangible financial benefit, I'm not really certain if, as you like to say, is the juice worth the squeeze? And I don't know if it's worth the squeeze because we haven't seen any numbers yet. I'm really torn about this. I almost think that we might just leave it as it is for now and really look long and hard at it next year and make sure that we do, if we're going to do it, we do it right and not just make a snap decision here at the table. So I guess I'm in favor of leaving it as it is for now.
I think as a student that has been through the middle school system and did do teams all 3 years, 6th grade, it was great to have a team, but when I'm thinking back, I'm wondering if 7th and 8th grade, it really was that big of a deal having a team. I'm wondering if maybe as a 7th and 8th grader, you've already acclimated a year to middle school. High school is always on the horizon. That's always sort of what you're thinking of when you're in middle school, because let's face it, middle school is not the most fun part of your life. So I think that when you're in 7th and 8th grade, there's not a huge detriment to to eliminate the team structure, because a student is sort of ready for the independence and ready for the not so much the hand-holding, the coddling that is offered by a team structure. Now, don't get me wrong, it's great, like, to have your teachers sort of be able to make sure that you don't have too much homework a night, or make sure that all your classes are sort of balanced out test-wise, but that's not really preparing you for the next steps of your education. And also, I think that just having that in 6th grade is great, and then I think making the transition 7th grade is probably a good idea. And obviously, it's a pretty good budgetary addition. Yeah.
Thanks, Hugo. So I think that we'll continue this conversation. I mean, that particular conversation, the merits of the program. Are there anybody else want to talk about any other points?
No, I mean, I just, Hugo, you make excellent points. And this is where I struggle with it. Someone said to me, well, why can't the teachers just get Google Calendar? And that way everyone knows who's giving a test when. And I mean, when I was in 7th and 8th grade, if we had a math test coming up and our history teacher wanted to propose a test for that same day, we'd say, hey, wait a minute, Ms. Waite was having a big test, maybe can we back off a little bit? So, I mean, maybe it does give the kids autonomy to really raise their adult voices and say it. But I still think we need to sit on it for a year and really think it through.
I agree. I think it is important to look at, but I don't think we have enough evidence right now to pull this apart, change this at this point in time. So I'd like to keep it in place.
Yeah, and I agree. But going forward, sometimes we get lost in the forest and we can't see through the trees. And what I would suggest, Tom, is that when we do talk about this, is that I want to see both pros and cons, not just the pros. I don't want to get up here and have a cheerleading audience of teams are the best and this is why we should keep them. I really would like a good discussion on.
That's why I said a literature review.
What's that?
That's why I said a literature review, to look at the research.
Yeah.
Which is what we did with homework and a couple of other things,
Yeah.
class sizes and a couple of other things. Yeah.
All right, all those in favor of converting grade 7 and 8 to a high school schedule model and increasing class size, please say aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
You can raise your hand.
Or raise our hands.
All right, those are all nays, 7 nays. Thank you. I was getting smoother. Moving on to H1. I have a motion to increase high school class size.
So moved.
Second?
Second. Oh, I do? Yeah. Oh.
Motion to.
Oh, I thought I was pointing to you, but that's fine. I just want to say that, again, education was useful for me in this. This seemed quite benign when I first looked at it, to raise it from 2, especially in the high school level. It's one thing in elementary school, it's another thing in high school. But then when I heard that could mean that classes could go up to 30 or 31, I thought, that's not 2. I mean, I understand the average of 2, but the consequence seemed to me to be quite significant in the larger scale. So I would just like to explain that I'm going to vote against this, not because I have a problem with going from 20 to 22 or whatever it is, but because I have a problem with the consequence of going from 28 to 30 or whatever it is at the higher level.
I also vote against this, and I brought this up before, especially when kids begin to drop down into the classes, especially if the class size is already larger. That has a significant impact on learning, has a significant impact on the other children who are trying to learn, and because of those kids who are either behind or they're unable to grasp the information, everybody is frustrated and they get further and further behind, and that affects their learning and everybody else's. So, and not to mention the teachers. The teachers are already stressed out, and that contributes to the medical benefits and time away from school. So I'm one of those who I'm not for this, so I vote against it.
A quick note about the difference between all or nothing, kind of the incremental change argument. I originally had considered something as a sort of a more mild reduction, but also for the reasons mentioned thus far, I'm also feel like, against it because of the extra load and because of the fewer opportunities, but also as a kind of direction of the district, given the difficulties in cutting back. And I don't feel like increasing class sizes is where I want to go.
In
Yeah.
addition,
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. But it was also mentioned about the course offerings and selections that they would not be able to offer as many. And again, the differentiation that's necessary to do within a classroom, it gets more and more difficult with more students in a space. I just can't see. Like Cheryl, at first I thought 2 people, it can't be that significant at high school level. I think it's extremely significant. I can't support this.
These are all good points. I am going to support this, however. It's over $1 million, and I grasp the intellectual arguments that everyone is making, and I fundamentally agree with them, but at the end of the day, it's $1 million. And the truth is, is that, from year to year, it's not like in middle school where we know what classes the kids are generally going to be taking. At the high school level, we can forecast and we can predict. I just feel that there's not much risk in doing this because of the fact that we don't know with any degree of certainty what classes are going to be requested. And, if we're talking about eliminating 7th and 8th grade, what better way to prepare high school kids for college than to put them in a class with at least 30 other kids? Seriously, Dr. Overmeyer Velasquez, I'm not sure how large your classes are at UConn, but I've heard they could go upwards of 500 people in some cases, depending. Not your classes, of course. And U.S. since 45, Dr. Greenberg, was 40, I think. I think you capped it at 40. I think there were people who were disappointed they didn't get in. But my point is, still 27 years later. I know, but still, I guess my point is that this is too large of a budget item to ignore. I'd rather not do it, but I think we've got to look at the bigger picture, and I don't know if being in a class with 30 is really, it's a chafe for the teacher, there is no question about that, but is learning diminished by having an extra 6 or 7 kids in the class? I don't know, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say A to this.
So Jay kind of stole my thunder because going on the, environment to succeed in, we talked about the middle school teams and eliminating the 8th grade, getting them ready for high school, increasing high school sizes, it does get them ready for college. And it gives them it gives them that academic difference that would say, hey, this is what my future is going to look like. You're really not walking into most college, even at the 400 level classes. You're really not walking into a 22-person class or a 20-person class for your majors, and well, maybe at least it's been a long time. So and I would even entertain an incremental change on this, but it is, I think, again, the least amount of impact in a classroom. This is one of them. Where do you want to put all your assets? Again, I go back to your middle school, high school, and then elementary, middle, and high school, and you really want to set that foundation in elementary. You don't want to increase school class sizes there, and I think this is an opportunity to get ready for college, and I look at it that way. I don't look at it, is there an additional load for the teacher? Yes. Is there probably additional learning abilities for some of the students? I'm not really sure. But being able to callous that student with a little more work isn't a bad thing either.
If I could, respectfully, of everything on this list, including kindergarten, which got thrown out right away, I'd take this off first. This impact wouldn't have kids ready for college, because just having done the schedule last week, this would mean the elimination of AP Chinese. This would mean the elimination of AP Spanish Literature. This would mean the elimination of Physics C. That's on the high end. Now we'll go to Algebra 2, Level 3, our most impacted kids. Instead of sections of 16.7, you'd end up subtracting one section to it, which would put a section of about 22, 23 for our most impacted kids in one of the most difficult courses that they have to take as a graduation requirement. So they don't have a choice not to take that course. So, I know we haven't talked about, and part of the reason we haven't talked in the same detail about it is because of where it fell, how it was going along the line. And so we didn't give the same impassioned defense as we did early on in the process about this one. And part of that's in reflection of having just looked at it. And you're right, 20.1 could become 20.8. I worry at the high school level of the impact that decisions that we make of two highly successful high schools right now, the impact that they have directly on kids' lives and their future. And I'm not just talking about college. I'm talking about the mental health issues that we've spoken about before, and the ability to get extra help in some levels, and just the ability to take a class like Stagecraft that only 9 kids signed up for. Do we run it? It's a tough decision. That's the kind of question with this one. And I know I'm a high school shill. I've spent my life in high school. I think like a high schooler still, clearly. But that's why this one I'm particularly
Tom,
passionate about.
explain why you have to get rid of the AP classes with this.
Because only 14 kids signed up right now for AP Chinese. And so if you're going to that level, and right now is it AP Spanish Literature's 19 or 18?
18 or 19. So when you look at the big picture, and so you think of all the the FTE savings, multiply the number of FTEs times 5. That's the number of sections that have to be reduced. So if I'm the building principal and I'm looking across how I'm going to allocate my sections, I'm still going to do my best, because I don't want to have lots and lots of sections that are running at 27, 28, 29. So when I get this low-hanging fruit, a singleton course that only has 14 kids, 15 kids, when average class size is 21 or 20, I can take a low class like that and still run it and be able to have the diversity of offerings. And you get those in AP, and you also try to control for low class sizes in some of the courses where you're working on a lot of remediation and intervention. So let's say I had 28 kids signed up for level 3 algebra or for something that was a lower level course. Am I going to split that into 2 sections of 14, or am I going to run 1 section of 28 with my neediest kids? Those become the really tough decisions where you end up cutting a course here or a course there, which is why I was saying before, departments may end up, especially in your arts and other areas, I'm just going to start to offer the plain brown wrapper, and I'm not going to be able to provide differentiation because I need lots of kids to sign up for the same thing, not lots of kids sort of identifying.
And as we move in,
things.
just to jump in, as we move into
86
next year, another
sections.
topic to discuss will be high school graduation requirements, which there's another bill. It's been delayed, but eventually it won't be delayed, and it's going to go to 25 credits. And that's going to affect our graduation rate. And that's something that, I'm not saying it's wrong to set the bar higher or more exposure, but you're going to have to plan for it, and you're going to have supports, because now we're not talking about staying back. We're talking about not graduating, because it's hard to convince an 18-year-old, keep coming back, it's okay. That's a struggle to get them to stay in, especially if it's a situation, somebody gets a job and all of a sudden there's money in their pocket, and to keep convincing them. So these are discussions we'll have to have further about the impact of high school shifts.
I do want to talk to sort of 2 points that were sort of brought up. So first of all, the point of sort of having the diversity of offerings makes us such an amazing school district, and that's sort of what we try to pride ourselves in. And I think that that's something that, I mean, it's a great thing to say and everything, but it really does have an impact on the fact that people do choose to come to live in this town because our school systems are so amazing, and that is in part and mostly due to the fact that in the high school, we can pride ourselves in having AP Spanish literature. We can pride ourselves in having stagecraft and AP Chinese, which a lot of schools don't offer in this state. And I think that losing those would be such a detriment to, one, our reputation, and two, like just our students. I think that those who do take them get so much out of them that it'd be very unfortunate to see that get reduced due to increasing class sizes. And then the second thing I do want to talk to is about the college thing. I don't think we're not talking about gen eds here. We're not talking about like English 101, Bio 101, where there are 400 kids in a class. We're talking about the AP English literatures, the AP Spanish literatures, the more difficult classes, the ones that in college would be 20 kids, would be 14 kids, which we have in my English literature class, I want to say we have 26, 27 kids. So it's like, it is not a small class, and that's the kind of classes in college that are small. I mean, we're not talking about the general education requirements, so.
I think also going off of the point about college and those kind of preparations, a lot of people are drawn towards smaller liberal arts colleges, and as someone who toured a large amount of those kinds of schools, that was part of the attraction I had towards them, because I wanted the small environment. And I understand that I'm in a public school, I'm not in a private school like that the college I'm going to is, but also keeping in mind that there are, in addition to the of lower level classes that we enjoy like keeping small and we aim to keep small, also in the upper level classes, like Hugo was saying, have a large portion of a lot of students per section in them. My English class also has 27 kids in it. And for students, and my AP Psychology class also has either 27 or 28 students in it also. And in these upper level classes, though, are still kids that have attention deficit disorder or ADHD or high functioning, I don't even want to use the word disability, because highly intelligent kids. Needs. Thank you. And in order to succeed, the class size needs to be condensed to a point that the teacher can still address all needs within the classroom. And even if it's not, even having just the class, even little tiny distractions of like, well, one kid starting to whisper, and then that just opens up the entire fold of everyone whispering, or like one kid zipping up the backpack, which starts everyone zipping up the backpack. That's little things that all add up to someone in the classroom who performs academically and grade-wise, but still has those needs that need to be accommodated for.
All right, so the nice thing about being the last person to speak on this topic is that I get to tell you my story, and you've got to listen. So, so come back with me. Come back in time. Let's go all the way back to 1978 here. That's 39 years ago. I'm old. I was a freshman in high school. I grew up in California, you might remember, and that's when Proposition 13 passed. They froze property taxes. Now, as a high school freshman, I didn't really understand that. I just knew that we didn't have as much, and I kept hearing these stories that it didn't used to be this way. There wasn't as much money. There weren't as many classes. We had to, and this is another one, we had to recycle more newspapers to raise money for band trips, okay? Because that was a fundraiser back then. Recycling papers? Yeah. I'm so old, yeah. But, yeah. And, but, you know, I see this big number, Jay. I see it, and I get where you're coming from. But I just don't want, I don't feel that we're at that point where we need to make this drastic cut that would impact the quality of education at our two leading high schools. So that's why I'm against it. And one thing I had heard on a number of occasions from different people that, you know, we couldn't afford a private school, so we moved to West Hartford to get the best education we could. And I hope it stays that way.
And I these are all great points. I mean, I think this, you know, to quote Ted Garner, you know, this might be one of those line items where we don't use the cleaver and we've got to use the scalpel. And, you know, maybe we don't make a move this year, but I'm going to vote to remove it. It doesn't sound like the five of you will, and that's okay. But I still think that next year we ought to look at this a little bit closer and see if there's anything that we might be able to do to wring out efficiencies, because it is a big number. I understand that people move here and they want the best education possible, but I mean, these are very unique times. And sometimes, we can't all go to Disney World every year, even though we have been doing it for the past 10 years. Sometimes you don't go. And, it might be that at some point we've got to seriously consider removing one of these classes from our offering. I don't like that idea, but it's something that we ought to look at going forward. So I'm still sticking with my I vote, and we'll go.
So, Tom, the incremental change from, you're talking about classes that have 7, 9, 10 people in it, but we have parameters set right now at 20.1, right? So, but
We don't have parameters. That's the average class size of the school.
Okay.
And that takes everything into account, from resource classes to PE classes, which are over. I mean, so this is just that's the hardest thing to try to explain, is that this is just what the overall average is when you take the number of courses and the number of students and you do division. So there are some courses we won't run. I mean, right now, because we already tightened high school in my budget, but there's some that we always don't run. If only 2 kids sign up for a course, we meet with those 2 kids or 6 kids and try to get them to align somewhere else. The issue with, once you get lean in high school scheduling, is you run more singletons. So you have 30 kids take a course, you don't run 2 sections. 30 kids take this course, you don't run 2 sections. So you used to have 4 parts in the schedule where you could take both classes. Now there's only 2 plays, and if they happen to fall in the same period, you're out of 1. And that's what we always see with our singletons, and it can affect seniors a lot of the time just because they're into more of the singleton courses. So that's what I would say.
Any other discussion on this point? All those in favor of increasing high school classes, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
No.
We have 4 nays, we have a no, and 2 yes or yeas.
Win some, you lose some.
Moving on.
he has a hidden cell that he's making visible.
A motion to eliminate the ASK program.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Who's on? I'm on. This is a tough one. We've heard a lot of testimony. We've received probably the most emails about this program. Many success stories. And I really, go back and forth because on one hand, I'm talking about we're serving a small population and we need to keep that in mind, but the impact it's having. And overall, again and again, what I keep hearing as I read the stories and hear the stories is the impact that the 2 gentlemen who are teaching it have on these students, and that's to be commended. That's a wonderful story for so many years. They've been doing that. It's wonderful. But at some point, they will fully retire, and I feel this program will end at some point. We're at a position in the budget where this is one that we could cut. It's a difficult decision to make, but at this point, I'm inclined to vote to cut this program. Now, there may be an argument someone has that could persuade me. That's where I land on it. But at this point, I think if we are discussing to make a cut, this could be one that could be eliminated.
Sorry. This was a very difficult program for me as well. As Dave said and the rest of the board members, we have heard the passions, the pleas, the presentations from so many of the students who graduated, the parents who graduated, their children who are now in this program, and the impact the program has made on them. So I'm really on the fence. I thought I was ready to keep the program. Then I was like, perhaps we can eliminate the program. But I really struggle with the impact that this program has made on so many people in this district and how they've gone on to become so successful. And the praises for the two gentlemen who continue to run this program, even in their semi-retirement. But I also wonder, at some point, like Dave said, these men are going to need to retire. At least they should. I mean, that's why we work so hard, so that we can look forward to the retirement years. And so with that, I just struggle with, is there something else in place to provide what the ASK program delivers? And I know we've discussed the REACH program. And I wonder and question for these students, does that mean that they have to go across town to the REACH program? Is transportation provided for them to do that? They're being taken out of their environment. Will that have an impact on how these students succeed or not succeed? So these are some of the things that I struggle with. And then I wonder, with the number of years that these gentlemen have been running this program, were there, no other teachers that could pick up the reign once they do retire fully? And I know that, how many years later we look different. We have a number of resources and services in place that could probably pick up some of these things, but I still struggle with it. So I haven't quite made up my mind whether to eliminate or whether to keep the program.
I totally agree with Carol. This one I really struggle with. I think it addresses the fact that there are at-risk, vulnerable students that through this program, have found their way. And eliminating this program right now, I'm not sure exactly where they will go next year. I am not sure that the REACH program is the program for these particular students. If anything, I think that this population is not just at Hall, it's also at Conard. I know the program at Conard was there and it's there no longer, but my concern is for the students. And it still reflects money in the budget, and we're looking to make reductions. It seems that $52,000 may very well be worth it, given the impact that it's had. I struggle with not knowing what happens to this population, and it is significant. While you say 20 or 25, I don't know that there won't be more. I don't know over time there won't be more. I don't know how to meet their needs if we eliminate that program at this time. I'm still struggling with that.
So in my quest to hit overturn as many stones as I can, I'll share with all of you, I spoke with Dan Zatoun, the principal of Hall High School, this morning. Last week, as you know, I was in San Francisco, and he and I played phone tag, but I finally got a hold of him this morning, and I had a good conversation with Dan. And I asked him point blank, what would be the impact if we were to remove this? And I'm not going to paraphrase what he said, but what he said left me with a great deal of assurance that kids in this position would, in fact, be taken care of. There are mechanisms to keep these kids engaged. And I think the bigger point, it's snowing in here. I don't know what that is, but yeah, something from the vent.
Sky's falling.
Yes, well, literally. But the big point that really resonated with me was that when these two gentlemen retire, it's not a rubric that we could just pass on to someone else. That it's their unique passion. Their passion is unique to these two men. So it's not as though they could, as I said, take a rubric and hand it off to two other people and make it flow the same way that it has been flowing for so many years. And there's no doubt that people have been impacted in a positive manner throughout their lives. I mean, we've gotten email upon email upon email upon email upon email telling us how positive this program has been. And I don't doubt that for a minute. But I do think, based on what I've heard from others in the district and based on my conversation with Principal Zatoun this morning, I feel confident that the kids that would fall into this realm would not be left behind, that they would be taken care of. And that's why I am confident in voting that if we eliminate this, we'll be okay.
So we definitely had a onslaught of spirited, coordinated communication efforts on this one. It was, we got a lot of them. And I too did the research and asked a lot of questions, doing the due diligence. But one comment just stuck out with me here is that, I don't know who said, but the REACH program isn't for Hall. Well, then it shouldn't be for Conard either. Because if the REACH program isn't for Hall, somebody said the REACH program wouldn't fit for Hall or for those kids. But those kids are fit at Conard, and it's fine for them.
What I think it is, if I may, is just the whole thought of going across town, going to the other school, as much as our two high schools get along, that takes you out of your element. I think that's what the thought was.
Okay, so it's a transportation issue, not a program issue.
And just going from
If
one
I may.
school to the other, I think.
It's
the grounds.
It's a culture and a mindset issue. If I am a student at Conard and I have been recommended for the REACH program, it's a short 50-foot walk. I'll still see many of my friends either on my way to school, potentially even at lunch because there's no cafeteria at REACH, so I may go back and forth for lunch. I may obviously also take a class, and students work their way up to earn the ability to sometimes take classes, if not during first period, which is authorized at either school, but potentially during the school day at the Conard facility. If I'm a student at Hall, I'm essentially sort of saying goodbye to most of those opportunities to be able to interact with my Hall friends because I will be going to a different campus. So it's a mindset shift. It is, I'll say a couple of other things, and I'll lead with Jim Solomon and Jerry Kogan are master teachers. They are you clearly saw that, dramatically well respected and dramatically beloved by students that have had them. And much of the success of the ASK program is owed to them and to their dedication and their passion. Is REACH an alternative that could be a good fit for some of the students? Yes. And would it not be the right fit for others? Yes. And would we, of course, provide for every student to the best of our abilities with other things? Of course, 100%. But it is a cut. It will be different. It will be something not the same, and therefore, for students at Hall, they will perceive that difference as potentially less. But we'll always provide for our kids. I mean, so it's hard. I'm not gonna. It's a hard place to land because we're always going to commit to doing our best for all kids. I'll never diminish what these two gentlemen have done for students and for this program. Not easy to replicate. And even if we determine at any point, I spent the afternoon today looking through the profiles of students that had signed up and the profiles of students that are currently in. And it's dramatic. We do have kids that are in need of some alternative. So we need to maintain alternative programming in general and our services that go along with that. And they've been very successful at it, looking at their kids. So it will be felt, but no matter what the decision is, we will work to meet the needs of kids.
So you hit on a good topic, and I wanted to say that I think above any other program, the message came clear about these two gentlemen, Jim and Jerry. And I was overwhelmed by that because the beloved that they had for their students, and I think 1978, 72 students, right? Some of the emails we got. I just have to take my hat off to them. I don't know where this decision's going because it hasn't been clear. But regardless of where that decision goes, I just want to take my hat off to these two gentlemen, these teachers that really not only did they take their, they really lived it and owned it. And it was their passion, and it was almost like a child of their own. I just got to take my hat off to them because, that's, we talk about our teachers and how much value they add. And here's an example, again, regardless, I know we're going to take care of our students no matter what happens. And that's what we do as a community. That's what we do as a school system. That's what we do as a race. We take care of people when we can and when they're in need. So I have less worries of those kids because I know what kind of system they're in. Not that I don't have any worries. I worry about all of them, but that less worries because of the system that we're in and the way that West Hartford really kind of wraps her arms around our students, that we will take care of our kids regardless of the decision.
Okay. Well, I can see I'm on the losing end of this, but I have to argue, and again, I feel exactly the same way. I was coming in one direction. I'm going to vote against getting rid of however many negatives that is, ask. And the reason is precisely some of the things that everybody has articulated. I recognize, first of all, that even if I am outvoted, we will in fact take care of our kids, and I take great solace in that. But the fact, I agree about these two people being superlative, and in fact, if there were no other argument for keeping it than that they're still willing to do it, I'd say, okay, let's give them the last year, the last 2 years, or whatever it is. As many years as they're willing to make a difference, let's support that. But I would also add that it's not just those men, and that's not to take anything away from it. Some of the kids who wrote said things like, I could read whatever I wanted and then turn that into an intellectual exercise. It never occurred to me that I could do these things. So it is also a curricular change or a curricular program that is not standard. And we will never be able to replace those two people, but it seems to me that we could think about replacing that kind of curriculum and making an alternative program for kids who, for whatever reason, haven't succeeded in the regular program. They don't need the services of REACH. If they do, then great, REACH is there. But there are kids who don't need that much, who need this kind of intervention. So that's why I kept saying, what are we going to do instead? And so in reverse of what I usually do, which is keep it and then think about this in the future, I'm going to vote to keep it until we have something in place. And I have no objection, in fact, I would encourage it, to think of the solution as being an intracurricular answer. In other words, have some other form of history and English or whatever it is that this replaces that serves these kinds of kids. With teachers that exist. I mean, when these guys retire, they retire. But it seems to me that to the extent that we can offer an alternative but serious curriculum that meets the needs of kids who, for whatever reason, aren't doing well in the existing format, it seems to me that is exactly what we do. And so I'm glad we're going to be able to take care of them, but I want to see how we're going to take care of them. And until I see that, I mean, I would argue that we need this program until we have something similar in place. And by the way, here I take Mark Z's argument too, in both high schools. I don't see any reason to say that Conard doesn't also have learners who might benefit from this kind of alternative within the curriculum. So, sorry.
I'll just say, I mean, in agreement with Cheryl, but said differently, I think the program isn't sustainable and needs to be cut. However, it's not the time to do it. I feel like it's not sustainable because it's based on these highly successful individuals moving forward, and that we're not. I haven't been convinced yet that we're ready to replace it. I think we need to find different models to do so. And it feels like one of the lines, like, we need to have more conversation about it. I keep hearing, yes, we'll take care of the kids, but is there something unique about this? That kind of, and yes, it's not sustainable now in its current form, but feels like we need to get some more information about other alternatives, whether it's at Conard or at Hall, moving forward. Dave?
So, then Tom and Gretchen, I don't know, Can you get us some kind of options? That's not something you can do overnight. What might we look at to?
I mean, I think the essential nature of the program is, what year did the program start? So, and it's run. That's not a slam on the program or saying cut it. I'm just saying that we're in a different time. That program has been dramatically successful. And the only way I disagree with you, Cheryl, is I do think it's not the program. I think it's the people. So what we'd have to do is identify that need. And, you know, there are elements of that we have to accept. Sometimes we think the 2 high schools in every place has to be the exact same, and all 11 elementary schools. Concord and Hall are different places, you know, and that's, we want to be equitable, but they're different. So I don't see Julio and my staff at Conard demanding that we need a program right now for X students. So I don't want to come up with a solution in search of a problem. And I don't mean that we don't have lost kids. We do have lost kids. And listen, there are 20 kids signed up for this next year with Jim and Jerry. And as long as Jim and Jerry are in with 20 kids, those 20 kids' lives are better. There is no question about that. So it's kind of, I'd want to, I think you're right. The question's fair, Dave, but I'd remove ask from the question. I'd say, okay, let's look at what are we doing for our at-risk students? What are our possible level 2 interventions? Because it could be they're doing something differently at Conard. It could be a different makeup of students, that they're reached in one way here and they're reached in a different way there. So, and it's probably a person there that's getting to them too. You know, we have a situation now, and I can say this as a former principal of one of the 2 high schools, that unequivocally, our 2 high schools are in a better place with each other in terms of shared leadership, shared vision, and people that look at each other and say, hey, you did that? That's really cool. Julio and Dan, you see them together everywhere. There is no animosity. There is nothing other than let's learn from each other. So I do think that at that point, yeah, exactly. Just look here. So I think that it's a fair question. But I think it's a question for, okay, I'd reframe the question away from ask to, okay, students. I'd keep it, like you said, separate from this discussion necessarily.
Can I just ask, though, following up on that, if you don't mind? You said it's the people, and I totally hear you. But, Paul, I think it was you who said you looked at the kids who signed up for Ask and who are looking for Ask and others, and there were differences. So what are those differences? Because it's not the person. What is it? What are those differences? And whatever those differences are, how do we meet those kids' needs?
So I ran through about half the profiles. There are, you know, for the 20 some odd students that are signed up for next year, your general profile, which would be a profile of students that might be good candidates for an alternative program. I saw 2 different patterns of academic performance. I saw CD performance. I saw a handful of students a little bit higher, some that were a little bit more DF. I also reviewed their absences, and about half of the students I reviewed had very significant absences, and the other half had either no real absence issues at all or just average attendance rates. And I looked at their discipline log entries, and that also ran the gambit. Putting those 3 pieces together, what I was saying was, I see a good percentage of those students not knowing them. So this is totally any counselor behind me would probably throw something at me. Just looking at raw data without knowing actual kids and personalities, the general profile, I'd be bringing several of these students to the table for conversation about REACH as a genuine opportunity. I'd be bringing the rest of them, absent the Ask program, to the school counselor, to Gretchen, to say, how can we link them up with the social worker or with some form of ongoing counseling support to make sure that those students kind of in danger of falling through the cracks or maybe there's some other underlying issue that's having an impact, because there are some red flags, but they're not all lit up all the way down the road, kind of an idea. Then I looked at the Ask students that are currently enrolled, and I looked at their course history. And so I was able to see the majority of the kids that are enrolled are being successful. They're generally in the B's and some of the C's. That's within Ask and outside of Ask. When I look at some of their course history in the previous years, I see that that's a definite pattern of improvement. It's not a panacea. It's not perfect. I still saw kids that had attendance issues. I still saw kids that were failing more than one class. I still saw kids that had some discipline issues. But kind of the trend was I could see, and I agree that I'm certain that there's influence of these two master teachers, but sort of the notion that there are always going to be some at-risk kids, and it's a question of what services do different profiles of students need. So again, based on what you want to do, we'll seek out services, whether it's allowing the program to continue, eventually, I think developing a new model, because I don't think this is something that we're just going to be able to recreate once they're gone. I think we're going to have to develop a new model, or whether if the model happens to expire, we'll make sure that those kids that seem like they'd be a strong fit for REACH get interviewed and have the opportunity to think about that, and those students that just maybe need some TLC, we plug them in to provide that for them.
And this is with the counseling staff that has 242 students to one? Is that the?
We're going to vote to keep that lower.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I hear you. It still sounds to me like at the moment those services don't exist yet. That new program that we're going to come up with doesn't yet exist. So I totally hear you that we have to come up with some new alternative, but it's not there yet.
And I'm kind of piggybacking on that. So today, if there was not an Ask program, and we have these same at-risk students, how do we know that they are there? Because these are students who are signing up. Is that correct? You sign up for the Ask program, or are you identified and asked to sign up? So how do we know?
Well, and I think several people can probably weigh in, but Tom referenced earlier, I think last week, something that he used to do as principal, which was, he called it the Blitz, where he would take his leadership team and they'd gather around a table, and his registrar would have run reports on any student had more than one F, more than one D or F, or two or more D or F, or whatever criteria you would like to set. And that's a fairly common practice now, not only at the one school, but across all of our secondary schools. Our student success teams are charged with that. Our school counselors look at that information. Our assistant principals look at that. So we try to identify the kids that are at risk, and through, whether we're calling it student success or student advisory, we have different names for it in the different buildings, but we're talking about what are the behaviors of concern that we're identifying, whether they're disciplinary, academic, attendance related, or some combination, and then what are some ways that we can, if it's not just initial outreach, if it's meeting with the students and families, and then plugging in supports. And that's where generally you do get a lot of the referrals to our alternative programs, whether they're REACH, whether they're Ask, whether they're other programs relative to if the student's identified as a special education student, they'll have different options available to them as well. So.
All right. Moving on, all those in favor of eliminating the Ask program, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Looks like we have 4 nays and 3 ayes. It stays. Moving on, a motion to eliminate the 1.0 library media.
Wait, I'm sorry.
No.
I won? Oh.
First of all, it's not a Cheryl winning game, but It's about the program and about the students. Okay.
I'm very competitive. No, I meant, so the more people voted
To keep it. It's,
then I misheard. That was my,
You're
okay.
basically voted to restore it back in.
Okay, that was, I I just didn't hear it correctly.
Yes or no.
Exactly, yeah. No, I just thought, I heard it, it said the sound was different.
we're eliminating, may I have a motion, please, to eliminate 1.0 high school library media specialist? Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, again, I take no joy in this, but, each high school has two. There are 4 positions. This eliminates one. It doesn't eliminate the program like it did with the librarians at the elementary school. I know it's a small amount of money, but we can go death by 1,000 paper cuts and make an excuse for any reason why to keep or not keep. And me being Mr. Fiscal Conservative, saying that we've got 4, if we go to 3, it's not optimal, but it's, I think, financially prudent, so I would vote that we eliminate this.
I completely understand where you're coming from, where it seems as if going from 4 to 3 is not a big deal. However, when you think about it, that means that that's 1.5 per school. That basically means that there's one person traveling between the schools, where like one person, there's really only one full-time librarian at each high school, which when you see the amount of work they do is honestly impossible. Between teaching classes or helping classes that are in the library, taking care of everything that happens within the library during everyone's free periods, and also running activities going on either within the Academic Resource Center or just things that they are involved in as just parts of the school. It's impossible to expect librarians to have to do that just with one person. I think there needs to be at least 2 people within a library because 1.5 just really isn't going to cut it.
Here's another example of where I was absolutely going to go with you. What's the difference between 1.5 and 2? But actually, when I heard the presentation at the last meeting, it did completely change my mind when I heard how much I think everything you're saying is exactly what I heard, which is that given what they actually do, a reduction is a serious loss. I don't know how to say that. So that's an example of where I actually did change my vote from because of what I heard that they did do. It makes perfect sense fiscally, but it turns out programmatically, it sounds to me like it would really be a disaster.
I think that our librarians, they are the high school superheroes, and they do so much behind the scenes to facilitate classroom learning and then learning on our own during our free periods. They always have they work hard to get so many new resources for us to use during free periods to help us write papers, and that there's just so much that they even teach our own teachers to then implement into our classrooms to get authors and like keep everything up and running especially in the literature world with so much now being like technology based. They still keep all students like hooked into that strong literary world that we need to succeed academically.
I think I think this position has evolved over the years, and technology has really been at the forefront of this particular piece or this position. Not to date myself, but when I was a kid, we had encyclopedias in our house, and that's how we did research. And, I can remember doing a report on Alexander Graham Bell. And I got out the encyclopedias and did my research on that, and went to the library and pulled out a book and read on them, and so forth and so on. And I've even did that in college, but again, that was before Stone and Water. And
You had that back then, too?
yeah. This is an example of where I think technology takes over, and we have poured, as a board, really wrapped our arms around the technology and the future of our kids, even introducing at such a young age with Chromebooks and iPads and such, and even desktop computers. And, you know, and I'd argue with you too, is that my young kids grew up on that technology and know it instantly, better than us adults. And, you know, my youngest will be sitting there, we ask a question, and I may know the answer, right? I may be that particular knowledge base of that answer, but I go, why don't you look it up? Why don't you figure it out yourself? And now it comes down to, hey, Dad, what? I got that. So, you know, the technology, not that Google's the answer to all and will replace anything, but I think this is you know, I've said this before too, you can't walk over pennies and nickels to save dollars. You have to save pennies and nickels too. And although this is a small cut, I really do think it has some validity, specifically with my argument of technology and where research has gone in that direction.
Just a point of clarification, if you don't mind. It seems to me that it is exactly the advent of new technologies that makes it more important that we have specialists to guide us. But maybe I'm not understanding.
Again, my point, I guess, is, you know, when a 4-year-old could navigate an iPad better than an adult, and I'm not saying you can't learn it, that eliminate, you know, there's that technology basis, those kids have already grown up on that stuff. So, you know, I would leave the technology to the computer science classes and not the library specialist, you know, for the real base and knowledge of it. So that's, if that clarifies it for you.
I think that argument sort of lies on the assumption that all librarians do is help people research, which is absolutely not true. Librarians are basically the coordinators of everything that has to do with, yes, research, but also with students coming in and out of the library, with students making sure that they can understand the resources that are given to them, making sure that students know what resources are given to them. And yeah, you can look anything up on Google, but in the past, I've been taught how to look things up on Google in a specific way, where if I want a specific result, how I can put quotation marks around a word to make sure that word stays together in my Google search. Or I've also learned how to use databases and sort of move my research beyond just a Google. And I think making the comparison that a 4-year-old can do can use an iPad and an adult can't, or it has more difficulty, doesn't really apply here.
So I took AP US History last year, and a large component of that is a long research paper. I believe mine was over 20. I know it was over 20 pages. I'm not sure exact number, but anyways, and I can say with certainty that my paper itself and all my classmates and anyone else who took the course no one would be able to complete the paper without the librarians. In addition to what Hugo was saying about, I wanted to also echo about the how they teach us how to use our resources. My topic was how the Hartford Courant portrayed the Selma March. And so you'd be thinking, how does a Connecticut newspaper have anything to do with this? Well, I can tell you that I wrote a lot of stuff about it. And without I got access to databases, articles through the librarians that I would never be able to find. And I would never be able to just simply Google. I'd come up with probably over 50 pages of results that wouldn't be anything of noteworthy help. And that is solely devoted to all of Mrs. Ahern's help at Hall. And then additionally, source citation is something that's crucial that we learn with librarians, and that's crucial in college and crucial in graduate school. And that's solely devoted to how much work and effort the librarians put in to teach us these skills that are just so necessary.
Forgive me, I have this cough drop as well here. But I do feel the librarians are valuable, and one of the emails we received today on this kind of mentioned that maybe the librarians, library media specialists haven't done as good a job as they could explaining to us exactly what they do. And that might be something we'd invite them next year to come and give us a little more information. But I also think, from what I've heard, and this is neat because I'm just learning a lot, but this is another way that we're preparing our students for college by giving them the tools in high school. So when you get to college, you don't have that librarian support, and that you'll be able to do this research on your own. I think that's a good thing. Thank you.
Yeah, I hear all these arguments, and fundamentally, I agree with them. I mean, it's not that the library media specialist is a negative person, and I would imagine that whatever influence he or she has, I'm not sure which gender, but whoever the person is has a profound influence on our students. But I think what it comes down to for me is, again, is the wisdom they could impart, is that something that could be done through one fewer person? Could it be done through an online video presentation? You know, we make such a big deal about the Khan Academy. Why couldn't we have a Khan Academy for learning how to cite resources? I mean, I don't want to minimize the contributions, but as Mark said, you know, society evolves. And, you know, the buggy whip manufacturer has gone away. There's a force in the world called creative destruction. And unfortunately, we're at the point where we're really at a rock and a hard place. And we're looking for areas where we can strategically reduce. And I think this is one of them. It's not optimal, but again, I think it's one where we probably could make it happen. You know, take the existing librarian and have her make videos. I don't know, something else.
So again, to my point, and Jay, to segue, is that, you know, we're not eliminating, we're reducing. And I go, again, where we chose to take off all the librarians off the table, right, at the middle school and such. And, you know, this is, again, allocation and resources. So, you know, if you lose a set skill in how to do citations and research and such, that you're not going to lose that knowledge base. It's just going to be transferred. And we have these wonderful librarians at the middle school and elementary and such, and that they, you know, so, you know, I go back to what we talked about, I think, last week, where you have a fruit tree and you trim back and it yields more fruit. And, you know, if we look at that and say, okay, at the high school level, we're reducing, not eliminating. So what can that do in the middle school? You know, I know that my daughter, she taught me a few things as well, and how she did her research, because, again, her research that was done online for a middle school project, she had to do citations and such. So she learned it, and it's an allocation and resource. So if we lose something here, you put it, you adapt it and put it elsewhere, and it all comes together. I really do think that this is an opportunity here to trim the fruit tree, if you will, so that you can develop and grow and blossom more and develop and yield more fruit.
Okay, any other comments? Moving to a vote. All those in favor of eliminating the 1.0 high school library media specialist, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it, 5-2. Moving on. I have a motion, please, to reduce PE credit requirements from 1.5 to 1.25.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, I'm gonna say we keep this, surprisingly. I thought long and hard about this, and, you know, we have an obesity problem in society, and I'm, you know, not sure if reducing physical education is necessarily the right step. You know, again, I look at it as a very broad impact. You know, the fact that we make our varsity athletes take phys ed is something that I'm not in favor of. That said, they do. So this falls into the category where it's too broad of an impact for only $110,500. I think this would be a situation where we would be penny wise, pound foolish. So I recommend that we leave this in.
I revel in this because there's a Republican who wants to keep something in, and there's a Democrat who wants to take it out. So I'm just glorying in the moment.
We'll note it for history.
Thank you, exactly. Again, as you keep saying, when you're in support of something, nobody wants to do any of this. So, but having said that, the reason I think that we make varsity athletes take PE is that PE is much more than just exercise, right? It's all that learning for health and life and stuff like that. And so I think that really is crucial. But I still think if you haven't figured that out in 1.25 credits worth, that is 3 years of PE, you're not going to get it in that last quarter. Or maybe you'll get it in that last quarter, but I don't see any reason to think that 1.25 credits is going to be significantly less, more of a loss than 1.5. I'm not saying that correctly. Let me start again. I agree that losing any of the arguments for physical health would be a loss. But I feel like if you haven't gotten it by the end of your junior year, that extra quarter that you're going to take in your senior year is not going to make the difference. So I'm hopeful. I think the PE program is amazing. And again, as a good couch potato, I would want to take it. So this is not at all to dispute that. I would still say, though, that we're still, even if we cut by a quarter, we're still ahead of we're still keeping more than the state requirement. And I think the program is really strong, and so I would argue actually that 1 1/4 credits of that program is great. And so if we lost the last quarter, I could live better with that than with some of the other cuts that we're being asked to make.
Chip, just to be clear, that number I have is 110.5, not 58.
Yeah, so that was the cut from 1.5 to 1.0. It reads as 1.25, but actually is a 1.5 to 1.0. So if we're cutting it from 1.5 to 1.25, we just did the high school scheduling, so there's about a 0.9 FTE dealing with 12th grade PE, so
Right,
about
and
58,000.
and the state requirement is still lower anyway.
The state
It's still-
requirement
it's
is
just one.
1.0.
So, okay.
So, as a second semester senior, so blessed with first period gym on Monday mornings, the PE teachers, don't get me wrong, I've known some of them since kindergarten, but senior year PE, it's like technically the class that I'm in, which is just regular PE, is 11th, 12th PE, like 11th grade, 12th grade PE. So I'm with juniors, so I'm doing the same thing that I did last year, like the exact same thing. And I love playing badminton in the morning, it's fun. But I can see where it could depart and not be missed by people like myself.
I do want to add, maybe along the same vein as Sarah, I've never been one to adore PE, but I completely understand its worth and what it's there for. However, I sort of want to agree with Cheryl in the sense that I don't think that 0.25 of a credit is really going to make a huge difference in your healthy life. That's not what's going to convince someone. That being said, my senior year gym class was actually pretty great. It was PE Strategies, which at Conard is basically a combined class of people with special needs as well as people from a regular gym class. And so I loved it because it was sort of a great way to integrate everyone, and it was very fun. But I think that could also be an option, maybe as an optional class, or maybe have it as an option for junior year or something like that. Just because, I don't think that should be lost, but I also don't think that PE senior year is achieving much for the 58,000. Yeah, for the greater good.
Can I have a question?
I just want to make something clear. It's like, even though it's 0.25 credit, it's a full semester. We just have it twice a week. Yeah. Okay.
And doesn't the curriculum build so that it starts off really healthy living and athletics, all these other pieces from kindergarten? Is it the groundwork, doesn't it start very young and builds throughout the 12 years?
Well, it does, absolutely, Tammy. And, I mean, there are state requirements and then there are state guidelines for the curriculum. So as the curriculum builds, so builds the number of minutes that the curricular guidelines recommend. Historically, the state requirements have been lower than what they would recommend in terms of that building. And there's a, where it's building in the junior and senior year is kind of in the direction that we've tried to go curricularly. We've launched some new courses called Fitness and Nutrition. We've launched some courses called Leadership in PE. We've had the PE strategies for a while, trying to give students a different look so that they're not just playing badminton, as Sarah has said, but understood. But to try to demonstrate that the curricular goals, which I think is what you were asking me, go beyond simply the physical activity, because the curriculum for physical education intends for that healthy living, healthy learning. It's one of the areas in which we continue to provide some direct instruction on some of the other skills, such as drug and alcohol and things of this nature, will get woven into some of the PE lessons.
And just to build on that quickly, because there's a bill at the State House that would also lessen requirements with PE and health further as part of the new high school requirements. And I just want you to think about how often you ask a question, when do we talk about this? And the answer is health class. I mean, in our curriculum, when we talk, whether it's cyber safety to drugs, dating, so much falls into those health curriculum that as we talk about this, again, to go towards next year, I just want to remember the essential nature of this. And we did have a very thorough, as Cheryl pointed out, review of the PE program at the end of last year, so I know you have a good understanding of it.
So originally, this seemed to be a cut that would be pretty reasonable. But I've heard some compelling arguments. And for the promotion of PE, obviously, and how, and now we're having an increase in credits, right, Tom? Eventually, the state's going to require more credits.
Yeah, eventually the state's going to require more credits, but they, in terms of the
PE is gonna
bill, it
reduce.
didn't, no, they actually, initially, you're right, the bill we've talked about for years had an increase in PE requirements. The one in front of the legislature right now does not have that. It actually would diminish.
Right, and then, but at the same argument as earlier, we talked about how lean the high schools are, right? And if they're not taking gym, they'll take an additional maybe class possibly. And that, with being so lean, you not promoting, not wanting to cut any full-time teachers, then where does that leave those?
No, that's an interesting point. I mean, PE, if you talk about efficient scheduling, you don't have a PE class of 13 kids. Our PE classes are 30-plus kids. It depends on the period, but you're talking about large class sizes there. So that even builds the efficiency model. Just so your point is well taken, yes. If they're not taking it, it's going to have an FTE impact in other areas.
So yeah, I guess, right, so my point is, I guess, on this one, and thank you for helping me with that, is that you also noted that this 58,000 won't be realized for some time because of the way the juniors, I think, right?
Well, we were actually talking about the earlier larger number of 110,000 not be realized. This 58,000, that's kind of our best guess, but courses are like, so this is a.
But this is an immediate, this is not an immediate savings.
Well, we don't really know. It could be, but we've got a $160+ million budget, so that's something we'll see as we do with FTEs, how it works out. I'll be able to answer that directly probably 6 weeks from now.
But if, kind of what I'm thinking in my head, if we cut this 58, this might increase FTEs. It might cost more because those 30 kids that are in gym class, might be taking an additional class for credit.
They could be. I'd need to see how it played out. It is also, it's only a couple days and it's paired with science typically, not for everyone. That's the thing, is that not everyone's taking a science their senior year, so it's it's kind of a known unknown that I don't really know what the impact of this would be. It could lead to more electives being taken because you could pair PE with science senior year. Not everyone does. Sometimes it's paired with a study hall. So if all those kids stayed in a study hall, then no, it wouldn't have an impact. Once PE came away, it became a study hall. If they took away the PE and they said, okay, now I can take an elective, a one-semester elective, then it would have an FTE impact. So we'll have to see.
So this, potentially, this cut could actually cost more.
I don't know that it could next year. Over
But I mean,
time,
it's a
it could.
potential argument.
Over time, perhaps, I'd have to look at it.
As from a student's perspective, I sort of want to cut in on this, that it's true that actually most of the people I know who do take PE, or at least who took PE with me, I would say the vast majority were taking a science the other period. So that's the vast majority. But then those who aren't, if it is, for example, a study hall or a free period, like Mr. Moore said, I can assure you that most people who do have that free period will stick with the free period their senior year. I mean, my senior year, I was looking forward to having free periods, and that was something that was really nice that I was able to get my work done during. And I think that most students would take advantage of that and would not necessarily take another class because there is enough room in their schedule to take maybe all the base classes they need to take and an elective. And their senior year, that's mostly what kids would take. So I don't really see this causing an increase in electives. I would see it more as causing an increase in free periods.
Tom, can you comment on that? Would students be able to have a free class in lieu of taking other classes?
If they do, they are already having that free period opposite their PE timeline. Because PE folds in with science kind of perfectly. The days that aren't lab days are PE days. Or you fold in PE with a free period. I can't say it as definitively as Hugo for this reason, because right now they don't have a choice but to have a free period if they're not taking science. So now they do have a choice. I'm not saying that they would necessarily take the, it's a semester. So again, I don't know. It wouldn't be, it's not a definitive ask. It would be more likely to be something that, one thing Hugo is forgetting a little bit because he hadn't sat on my shoes, sometimes we do have credit questions. While it's only a quarter credit, we have people that get just enough credit to graduate. So some of those people weren't taking science, they would there's certainly some that would end up taking another course besides this, but I'd have to run it out more. I don't disagree with Hugo's point. There's a majority question. So I'm confident in saying that over time, this is going to have an impact on, 0.8 to 1.0 PE teachers.
Right. So I came at this from different ways, but it strikes me this is yet another question of not having, we don't know. We're trying to answer questions at the board table with a very small amount, and we don't know what the impact's going to be. I can see it in both. My point is, I can see the argument in both ways very clearly. It could provide free time. It could be detrimental. So I don't feel like maybe this is not the time to have this kind of conversation, given the relatively minuscule amount. I was initially inclined to cut it for a variety of reasons, but it feels like, given this moment, I'm not convinced.
I guess to that point, another topic to talk about in the future as we sharpen our base knowledge on continuous changes and how they evolve through our school system.
Yeah, and I don't want to come across like I'm saying Hugo's wrong necessarily. I'm just thinking back to a couple of credit situations. I don't know how extreme. I don't want to use the exception to prove the rule either here. I think Hugo's probably more right than wrong, but I'm not positive, as you said.
Any other comments before we move to a vote? All right, all those in favor of reducing PE from 1.5 to 1.25 credits, please say aye.
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 Opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
We have, was that a nay? We have 4 nays and 3 ayes. It stays.
Gender split.
Ooh,
Exactly.
interesting. Moving on, motion to trim ESOL staffing. Motion to be, can I have a motion to trim ESOL staffing, please?
So moved.
And remember, if we don't have a motion, we don't vote on it. Just saying.
So moved.
Second. Okay.
I guess since I made the motion, I have to lead off? Did you make the motion? Then,
Well, I am not in agreement for trimming staffing in this particular area, given we have 2,019 students, 21% from non-English home language, representing 73 languages. There's a demonstrated need. It would be, I think, foolish for us to, when we have such need, to eliminate this position.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm still going to vote to remove it because, you know, I mean, I don't know the impact of what removing 2 would be.
No, it's 1 now.
Oh, I'm sorry, 1 now. Okay.
Reduction, is that
Yes.
correct? 'Cause I-
Right, that's right, because by law, we can only reduce 1, just, okay. So it's even less of an impact. I mean, I don't see us being able to be in a position where we're not able to deliver what these kids need with 15.6 as opposed to 16.6. Again, it's just one of those things where I'm looking at this purely as a budget number. And, you know, we're not, obviously, we would never cut it in half or eliminate it altogether. That would be slitting our own throats. There's no question about that. And to your point, there is a huge need for it. You know, I'm not going to do a ratio right now, but I have to think that we can get by with 15.6. So for that reason, I'll vote aye for getting rid of 1.
So I go back to my reallocation argument. You know, put the assets where you need it. I know we have I wrote these down, 9.8 at the elementary, 1.8 for bilingual ed, 4 in the middle, and then 1 town-wide. And that's what it currently looks like. So I'm just, if we have to reallocate resources somehow, again, we're not eliminating, 16.6 FTEs, reducing to 1. I think this is a potential cut in savings, but not. I don't see the impact it really hurting the program. We still have 15.6 FTEs. So this is again where I like to you shuffle around and reallocate sources so that they have the least amount of impact. Again, I think we've said it. Nothing I want to cut. I really don't. I don't think we could say that enough. But with leadership comes tough decisions, and the town and people of this town have given us the opportunity to be here, and this is one of those that they're difficult times, but I would be willing to cut 1 position.
I kind of equate this with the reading specialists. It's right there. This is a basic support that the earlier we get in, the most effective use that we can for the kids is great. I don't think that we're at the point where we need to make this cut this year.
I agree. In part, I mean, the only answer that I can give to the question, which I also keep asking of, well, what is the real difference between that, is that when we asked that question at the last meeting, it was fairly explicit what would happen if we dropped, that there's 22 hours of direct service, excluding meetings and support group and preparation now. If we drop something, then we're talking about 50-hour work weeks for these people or whatever. As of now, there's not even 1 per school, per elementary school. We're already, it seems to me, at the bare minimum. And so my sense, again, from the information that I got from you guys, is that there's no fat to trim here. It's not like it will have an impact because everybody is working more than full-time already. So that's the only evidence that I have that it would make it would have a negative impact if we cut.
And that's not information that I had at my disposal. I remember I wasn't here last week.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
But-
that's why I was saying,
Right, and-
because I asked exactly the same question.
Yes. My position still doesn't change, however, I'm sorry to say. But I agree with you on an intellectual level. I do. I do, but I think we have to step up and make tough decisions. And I'm willing to say that this is a tough decision that I think we should make.
I'll just add two comments to why I don't want to trim. One, in addition to the comment of extra workload, is the kind of historical structural one of, over time, a compounded interest as our demographic shifts and we have more and more students who require this. So there's a long-term, so that's just going to cost us more in the long run in different ways. And number two is a personal one. My mother was an ESOL student, and so I owe it to them for me being here at this table. So I can't vote no against this. Anyway, with that impassioned plea, you can vote against this. It's about my mom. I don't mess with my mama. No. We all come with different tables. All right. All those in favor of trimming ESOL staffing, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it 5-2. Moving on. Supervisory 1, reduction. Oops. A motion, please, to reduce departmental supervisory staff.
So moved.
A second? So this, understand, folks, we have one line here, but in fact, we have three different elements to this piece. One, and I suggest we approach it, we can have the conversation broadly, but we should divide it up. That is, one is the reduction of department supervisors in each of the 5 academic areas, from 5 in each to 1, so a cut of total of 5 positions. The second is we have a total of 1.6 department supervisors providing leadership in the school counseling area. This would reduce that from 1.6 to 1. And then finally, the last one would be a reduction, the elimination of department supervisor for library media services. So department supervisors in 5 academic areas, counseling, and library. Let's start with the academic, a conversation about the academic. And we can have individual votes if we want, or if it gets too complicated.
Okay. I guess this will be the same argument I had last week, where maybe Jay and I, we bring our business acumen to the ring, and we compare it to the schools. And we often say, Mark, Jay, you really can't compare the two. They're very different. And, you know, we have a saying in the business world, management is cause, everything else is effect. Well, if that's true, then it can't be the fact for schools because they don't align with the schools and business, right? So, having said that, what makes us different as, and I know you guys have heard this from me before, but, you know, often get the question, what makes us different than any other district out there? Why is West Hartford what we are? And it's a good question, and there's a lot of answers to that. And it took me a while to develop this answer, but it comes down to the profession, in my mind. It comes down to West Hartford has every Wednesday as their professional development days. And that's really what separates the wheat from the chaff. The other school districts in the surrounding areas, why do they come here? There's a lot of reasons people come here, but our professional teachers, the acumen that they have for teaching and that professional development that they get on Wednesdays really can't be duplicated in a lot of districts around the state. And I don't even know about the country, but we do something different here than the rest of our neighborhoods, or basically even in Connecticut. Some people do it, some districts do it quarterly and such, and we do it every week. And I think that translates into leadership, quite honestly. And that's where I think if you were to look at other school districts and maybe their supervisors and their strengths and weaknesses, Well, every Wednesday, we're providing that that environment for our teachers to succeed in, and providing those resources that maybe would be done by a supervisor. And I really do think that Wednesday separates us from the rest of our competitors in the surrounding areas. Surrounding areas have supervisors, yeah, but they don't all have that Wednesday every week professional development. And I think that's where the difference is. And I think the professional development almost can replace some of that supervisorial abilities.
One of the things that I thought that struck me that I did not know when we had this discussion last week was the evaluation role that the supervisors have. And I don't know if this is correct, but I'd written 21 teachers generally per supervisor. That's about 3 evaluations annually if you're non-tenured. And I just think of the amount of time that takes. So thinking about, what you're saying, you do develop leadership, and those Wednesdays are wonderful, but that's, to me, doesn't seem like a role that a teacher could take on. That is something that is a totally different need that has to be done. That's something that I think is not the load or responsibility of a teacher in a traditional sense. And then they also provide the grooming and support of the non-tenured teachers. They do scheduling and budgeting, deal with parental concerns. It's a really big role. My biggest question in thinking about this role is how it would be restructured from the school-based level into more of a district, overall, when we slash it down, it would become more of a district-wide role for the supervisors, looking at the structure of it. But the work, I don't think, can be duplicated by a teacher, is my understanding.
I don't disagree with you, but I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the supervisorial position of evaluation wouldn't fall on another teacher, it'd fall on the administration of the school. So the teachers wouldn't be taking on that extra role. It would be the administration at the school, the vice principals, and such for the evaluations. Tom, I don't want to get that wrong.
And while that's correct, I understand that to be the case. I also think that's a whole lot to put onto another role. I'm doing how much more work. I would question whether or not they can absorb that amount of work. And is it effective? Do you have the time for it? It's something to really think about. It's one thing to say, but it's another thing in practice to see happening in the district. I want to be really careful with this.
If I can just piggyback on one piece of that, if I recall, and again, I'm sort of channeling last week, but if I recall, when we asked that question, the other response was that what differentiates us from elsewhere is that these are people reviewing their peers. In other words, a math teacher evaluating a math teacher is going to have a different insight than a principal evaluating a math teacher. So that I think the argument was that the expertise of the department supervisor, made it also not only that it helped spread the workload, but also that it was more content specific and skill specific.
I remember that argument too, but the reduction only eliminates 30. It doesn't eliminate all supervisors, right?
No, that's right. But
it eliminates a portion of. So some of the evaluations, some of the non-tenured teachers and the evaluations and such will still fall on the supervisors. They're still supervised. I don't want the audience that we're eliminating it completely. They're still there.
No. It was to Tammy's point about, because I have the same thing down, that they evaluate 21 teachers each on average. So either you say 21 teachers get content evaluation and 21 don't, or you say one teacher does 42. So either way, that's the problem. You're absolutely right. There's still one. We're not getting rid of it altogether. I just think the argument is it's too much for one person to do responsibly.
I think we may need to make a separate motion, because I think we're gonna, unless. Yeah, is that okay? I don't know the rubber rules on this, so I'm gonna reset.
Do we have an associated cost with each? Do we know, because we have a big lump sum of the 429.
Well,
Do we break that?
everyone is it's 6.6.
65,000.
Each one's 65,000 for 1.0.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we can, okay.
Yeah, so I'm sure Chip can pull that up. So we'll do a motion. We already have the discussion, but we'll go back. The first motion is to reduce the department supervisors in each of the 5 academic areas. So that's the motion. Can I have a
moved.
Second? Okay, any further discussion on that piece?
No.
Okay. All those in favor of reducing the department supervisory staff in each of, one each in each of the 5 academic areas, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, we have 5 nays, 2 nays. Okay, the next one. I have a motion to reduce the department supervisory staff providing leadership in the school counseling area from 1.6 to 1.0 FTEs. A motion, please.
So moved.
Second? All right.
Second.
All right. I made the motion, so we'll discuss. Just looking at this and going off the conversation we had previously, how overloaded the counselors are. Just need to keep this position in support of our staff and our students.
Go ahead, Carol.
I would agree. I've had personal experience in this area, and I'm not just speaking for me and my family, but others who have come to me and said how this is very important. We need to keep this because it affects so many people, and not just in the immediate, but down the road when they don't get that particular counseling support services at that particular time. It can be huge, and I think we have to be careful when we talk about cutting in these particular areas. It can be detrimental in the long run if we don't catch it early. So I think it's important, and I wouldn't support this cut.
So I wasn't here last week for the robust discussion. I'm sure that occurred, but I look at this from a pure numbers perspective, and I see that we've had a historical norm of 1. So if the needs have increased by 60%, I would support keeping it. I haven't seen evidence to suggest that the needs have increased by 60%. Therefore, I would advocate removing it.
I do think that the argument was just about precisely that. Not about 60%, but that the increase, the reason for the increase was in fact the changes, the legal changes and other expectational changes with things like 504 obligations, changes in understandings about adolescent needs and programs and things like that. That was exactly the argument, is that there is increasing need, there are increasing numbers of kids who need it, and increasing expectations and requirements for filing these things. So that was exactly the argument, I believe.
And this is particularly at the middle school level.
Right.
So.
Right, I'm sorry, that's
No,
right.
it's okay.
So again, just what we talked about is the 1.6 is 1 for the high school and 0.6 for the middle school. So by reducing the 0.6, we're getting rid of
You're getting rid of the person at the middle school.
and that's where the changes with the 504 and the adolescent need shifts and things are happening.
So then how was it being delivered in the past with only 1 person?
We have
That's
seen an
why we added
increase. Yeah, a significant increase in our at-risk referrals at the middle school level and also in our 504 referrals. So while we can't, I can't say equals, it's 60%, like 60% more students, I would say that the workload is certainly equitable to
No,
that.
I think you've made a fair argument. If it's a person that's a 0.6 down at the middle school level, it's not all combined, it's not confined into one box, as it were,
Correct.
where everyone is in that box and their needs have all of a sudden jumped up 60%. Okay, that's fair.
Thank you.
All right, moving to a vote. All those in favor of reducing department supervisory staff at the school counseling area from 1.6 to 1.0 FTE, please say aye. Those opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Nays have it, 7-0, it stays. Moving on. I have a motion, please, to reduce department supervisory staff for library media services.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
To be clear, this is a 1.0. This is a unique position. Discussion?
I know, I moved it. I
I can help you. I'll help you out, Claire.
I'm okay.
I'll help you out.
Are you just at a loss?
I am at a loss. I am an academic, and I will go to the wall for librarians because they are the lifeblood of academia. But I have to say, and I know how much this particular person does, but of all the positions that I can see us eliminating, that I could see the least hard. I don't know how to say that there are the fewest number of people to supervise. The librarians as they exist are already, I think, highly trained and skilled. We have kept the number high in each of the schools. And while I think a department supervisor is really, really important, if we had to cut somewhere, I think this is the one that I would go for, and I say that with intense guilt.
Yeah, I concur with you, Cheryl. Again, I take no joy in this, but I'm trying to be as fiscally responsible as possible, and if I was in favor of reducing the library media specialist at the high school, you can rest assured that I'm interested in reducing that person's supervisor. Unfortunately, without any great relish, but I do agree with you. If our staff is highly trained, I'm not sure how much supervision they actually need. I would recommend we move this along and eliminate.
So, Cheryl, this guilt you feel, it's real. No, I'm not reveling in it. I hear you and I feel you because I feel it too. Don't get me wrong. I said earlier, these cuts do not make me feel warm and fuzzy. I don't take any joy in it. And that guilt is there and it's real. And these are people, these are students. So no, I'm right there with you.
I also feel when you look at the evaluation for the librarians, then that would fall back to the principal or administration, and that can be absorbed 1 or 2 additional evaluations. So I also value the input and the work that the department supervisor has done. I believe this position could be eliminated.
Well, I'll just jump in with everybody else. No, of course not. We don't want to eliminate any positions, but as Jay's been saying all night, we need to be fiscally responsible, and I think this is one of the positions that could be absorbed with the other library media specialists, and they could sort of make up for some of the loss, if you will. But I don't want to say I feel bad, but I do feel bad because, again, this affects an individual.
All right. Yes, I appreciate everything that's been said, and the extra workload for principals, the excellent work this person's done. But I have to agree. We all have done a lot of due diligence in reviewing the specifics of these different cases, and this one for me, as hard as it is, was certainly a clear cut. Given all the work that we've done, the conversations we've had, the conversations with the administration, so we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of reducing department supervisory staff for the library media services, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
We have 6 ayes, 1 nay. The ayes have it. Folks, we're halfway through. Do you want to take a break or do you want to keep on?
Bio break would be welcome.
Bio break? Really, 5 minutes? Sure.
Yeah.
5 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break, folks. And
Are we going to run a commercial on WHC TV?
No, I don't know.
No sponsorship?
We'll come back.
Jump over the bridge, cross the bridge. I started writing them down. We had a house with a big foundation, and then we kind of petered off.
Hey,
Every time I went somewhere, you saw the things of the Glacier Village Moorlands.
I know. Can I come through that, Cheryl? Can I come through there? Yeah.
Supposedly during our wedding, a spider came out from the ceiling, landed on my wife's arm. I'm like, no, I didn't see a spider, but all of a sudden she's like, it might not.
Thanks.
So yeah, we're driving out to, my sister lives out west Chicago. Just for a couple days. Is that part of college or choice? What's the choices? Morgan State or Paul?
All right, folks, we're back. Thank you all for your work thus far. We continue with no pleasure the conversation, moving on to a motion to reduce elementary instructional support, reduce to 2.0. Have a motion?
Second.
Again, this is so everyone's back here, elementary instructional support. There was a request to keep this on.
I just second it.
Go ahead, if people have something people want to.
Is this particular area really focused on the instructional coaches that we put into place a couple years ago? And the work has shifted already, didn't it? Shift a bit?
Yeah, it's both the instructional coaches, we kind of grouped it so we'd have to look at, it's the instructional coaches plus the curriculum specialists for the academic areas at the elementary level, so.
Tom, clarify that, because curriculum specialists, they're, both of these are curriculum specialists at
There's 6 positions that we're looking at here, okay? We're saying we'd cut 2 of those 6 positions. And I wouldn't say that necessarily you would make that cut. I think that would be something that we'd have to look at. But, I mean, we find all 6 to be certainly important positions Paul talked about last week, yes. So, but to Tammy's point, yes, 2 of them are the instructional coaches we added, so.
So, given that information, Tom, that we wouldn't make that decision, you guys would. I looked at it as, I guess, us kind of making that decision, and I understand where you're coming from. So my only point was that, you know, we agreed to, 2 years ago for the 2 instructional coaches as a board, and I think we unanimously did it, and we supported it, and we know that it kind of evolved from that to morphed into a little different. So I guess my point here is that that was the piece I was looking at, because it was so new and it was a concept, and, you know, was there a return on investment immediately and things like that. So I guess the road I was going down was kind of cherry picking that particular, but seeing that that's not what we're really voting on.
Well, that's not an illogical thought. That would be, that's in, you know, we'd have to evaluate. We kind of put it in terms of, this is really the central office support for elementaries, how it exists, and we'd be making a cut from there. The instructional coaches have been, you know, it's been 2 years now that they've been in, and I think Paul spoke last week about the impact we've seen as we've focused one towards math more.
So again, with this, a lot of these positions, of course, I'm on the fence about, and it's very difficult in terms of making these decisions. And I do know the important work and the impact of these, the instructional coaches as well as the curriculum specialists. I know they play a vital role with the student and the teachers in terms of supporting the curriculum around those particular students. But if we're going to reduce it from the 6 to the 4, I would be inclined to say, you know, based on all of your expertise, that you would be able to make it work where we wouldn't lose anything in the district. And I know we've talked about how West Hartford really stands out, and I know we've worked long and hard to make that happen. So I'm pretty confident that we would keep that same infrastructure to make sure that nothing is lost. So I would be inclined to support this.
I would just say, as I've said, for everything on this list, we would lose. I mean, I can't, no matter what position that's cut, I can't promise that, because we're having each of these have a big impact. And I'm not minimizing your struggle and what you're saying. I just want to say that everything that's on the additional things for the board to look at is not, well, we'll do more with less. This is, we will do less with less. There will be an impact, and Paul can talk more to that if you would like.
So this would go from the 6 to the 4, though, correct?
Yes.
We would have 4 positions.
But we'd be eliminating some positions. We'd be eliminating, why don't you talk, Paul, about what the choice would look like?
Sure. So 2 of the positions that we have, the 2 townwide curriculum specialists, are historical positions, longtime positions. They, teacher leaders, act in a similar role to that of department supervisors in terms of the overall curricular oversight, and do a significant amount of the heavy lifting of writing of units and assessments and things like that. An individual shares responsibility for pre-K through 5 math and science, and a second individual shares responsibility for pre-K through 5 English language arts and social studies. And just in terms of like the need to continue that work needs to be continued. So those responsibilities would still exist. The reading specialist, interventionist type position, person that has oversight of all of the reading specialists across town, fills in and covers diagnostics, is available on consult, helps to organize and work with the reading specialists to ensure that our student success team meetings are happening in the right way, is doing some work with the special education department on a dyslexia work group based on some new information that's coming out from the State Department, and also does work with our ESOL curriculum specialist to make sure that our services in reading are being equitably provided across of all groups. That's a unique and specific role, and
So with this reduction, some of this will be lost.
with that reduction, we'd have to determine a way, what would we do less? Who could pick some of that up? What would the impact be? And then the others are the coaching positions, and there's a Title I math coach that services our 5 title schools, and then there's the 2 positions that were put into the town budget. One of them is math specific to mirror that role. Another one has been more literacy based, working with English language arts and social studies. And their job is to go in a non-evaluative role and do 6-week cycles. Generally, they've been working on 6-week cycles with teachers, helping them with their pedagogy and their instruction. And I'll just share one fast anecdote that I was at Aiken Elementary School earlier this week, doing our calibration work, and we sat in on a very, very well-polished math lesson in grade 3, and I happened to share it with one of the coaches afterwards, saying, wow, there's some really good stuff going on over here. And they said, oh, is that so-and-so? I just finished a 6-week cycle with that person. So we are seeing the payoff. It is early, and we know that we owe the board a very detailed kind of a justification.
Yeah.
We jumped off with coaches, and we know the situation you're in monetarily, but I can tell you that, if the cuts came in the coaching, that level of kind of intensive ability to work side by side with someone for 6 weeks would be something
lost.
that we would lose.
Yeah, okay, so I can't support this. I reverse. Sorry.
And one thing I have to say is when I look at these, because this is, as we all keep saying, but this is so incredibly difficult, I look at what impacts the students the most. And when you look at what you just said, that is a huge impact on our students. And to dial that back, particularly when there's so much unknown out there, I think does a great disservice. So I'm so grateful for that explanation, and I will not support this.
Paul, could you clarify for me? So we have a coach on a 6-week cycle with one teacher, one grade level at a school? What?
Well, we have a coach that will work with individual teachers for 6 weeks, but if I'm in a school, generally I'm working with a grade level. So I can see multiple teachers. Maybe I'm seeing the entire group across that 6-week cycle, different points of my day, but I'm seeing other teachers in that school. So I might be working with 3 teachers or 4 teachers or more in that school for a 6-week cycle, and then perhaps I'm going to another school, or I'm spending part of my day at school number 1 working with a collection of teachers for 6 weeks, and the other part of my day going to school number 2, and then I switch it up, because the coaches generally have availability, access, and responsibility across 5 schools, but we try to pare that down for those 6-week periods so that they can really be in there, not spread so thin that they're not making an impact. We say, we want you to have a foothold for a significant period of time. We want the staff to know who you are. We want the kids to know who you are. We want you in co-teaching lessons, doing model lessons, observing lessons, and then they work with the teachers during the grade level team meetings.
Wow, so these folks are pretty busy then.
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
So I'll raise the dissent as usual, is my wont. Yeah, this is, again, nothing that we're excited to do, but I look at it like this. We instituted a couple of these positions in the not too recent past. And, whether the needs were there or not, somehow, some way, we were getting along. It wasn't ideal, but we were getting along. And, these are, again, may I remind everyone, these are very unique circumstances. This is not a run-of-the-mill year where we're just arbitrarily picking things out and saying, yeah, let's get rid of that. We're not doing that. We are under some real constraints. And I look at this, again, as something that, might not, it has an impact. I don't want to minimize the impact, but it doesn't have as great of an impact as some other of the budget items. So, in the spirit, again, of fiscal responsibility, I'll cast the dissenting vote and vote to remove this reluctantly, but to do so.
I feel like this is something, we keep it this year, and if we're in the tough situation next year, this would be a candidate. But I don't know if we've said that a lot tonight, have we? Yeah.
I guarantee you we will be in this similar situation
It's
next
really
year.
putting off the inevitable.
Just one, oh, sorry, you going?
No, go ahead.
Just one point about fiscal responsibility. I have my own way. This is a subjective term that my concern with this, and we have that we all agree on one point that we want this to be the strongest district as possible for the students, but also as a way of attracting. And I understand there's a balance here with taxes and not taxes, but I think there's also an argument to be made about keeping these kinds of programs that really highlight the uniqueness of our district to have a fiscal impact in the positive way over the long run. I understand that immediately it has an impact fiscally, but part of my logic in supporting this and many of the other ones is kind of the longer sustainability and rigor of the district over time.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I mean, again, I think what makes our district unique, I mean, you can point to any number of things that make our district unique. I mean, just the fact that this board is putting so much time and effort into these cuts, I think, makes us a unique district. The fact that we all care so much makes this a unique district. And I hear what you're saying. I do, and I certainly wasn't implying that others weren't being fiscally responsible. That's just my definition of what I've got to do. So, I look at this and I think about the person moving to West Hartford, and I just say, well, are they moving here because of the potential of taking the AP courses? Is it the robustness of the world language program? Is it the fact that you can take Spanish literature? Or is it we've got 6 positions at the elementary instructional support level? I mean, again, not minimizing it, but I'm just saying I don't know if that's something that's providing the impetus for people to move here. It's definitely a nice to have, and it's definitely an important thing to have, but is it something that we could do without? And that's my criteria as I go with this.
I think your question is exactly right, and I guess the reason that I disagree with you on this is that I don't think we can offer those programs without these kinds of things. It's not that somebody says, oh, we have 6 instructional support people, but we do what we do because we have 6 instructional support people. Do you know what I mean? The programs, the teachers wouldn't be as effective as they are, and the curriculum wouldn't be as effective as it is if we didn't have these people behind the
But
scenes.
the question, would the teachers still be effective? Not as effective as they could be, okay? Like, I could grow hair, lose 30 pounds, and grow 6 inches and star in the movies. I mean, that's, I guess, my potential, theoretically. But would we be constraining these teachers? Would we be inhibiting them and make them derelict in their responsibilities if we took if we took 2, not all, 2 of these folks away? So that's kind of where I'm looking at that.
We're all just
So-
I'm just acknowledging
it's the image that
we
we're
have
just
trees.
stuck with.
We have all these wonderful metaphors. You guys cover rings and trees and bridges.
Bridges.
And morphing body
It's 10
shape.
o'clock. I'm trying to
I
hold
know,
our
this
audience.
is good. I'm waiting for the next one. Let's go. Let's do it.
So in the field of unicorns, I go back again to my point. When you are looking for a town to come and put your family roots down in, the trees. You're not looking at these positions, right? And I understand your argument there that because of this, that makes us stronger, and I agree. But again, I go back to those Wednesdays, the professional development days. So if you're trying to recruit a teacher from said town or even said state, you're going to sell them on part of that development, that Wednesday development, because we're unique in that. And I don't want to, overstate that, but that's where we really, I think, our uniqueness comes. And, so those 2 coaches I talked about earlier, some of that stuff, can get done in that professional development. And that's really, so, you're recruiting from Oregon and say, well, our professional develop days, what sets you apart? We take half-day Wednesdays, this, that, the other thing, and I really think that shouldn't be overstated. It really is an asset of this town, and I know we're not cherry picking what two positions, but just because of the way that there's the last in the logical sense of removing the two instructional coaches is return, and they evolved from what they originally were supposed to be. So, I mean, listen, every position here is critical, and there's there's segues into each single, this helps that, and I just don't want to overstate that Wednesdays really how effective that is. Yeah, sure.
Move to vote. All those in favor of reducing the elementary and sectional support, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
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 5-2 for the nays. It stays. We're moving on.
I didn't have my mic on.
Okay.
Oh, you did? Sorry. There's a sound eyes. You have to do something. All right, folks, moving on. I have a motion, please, to reduce the secondary office staff.
So moved.
Second? Dave?
Yeah, we can't do this. We need the support. Our office staff, as we learned, and we all know this anyway, they're the first contact for the parents and all the services they do. We rely on those folks. And I'm afraid this is about the third time I've said this, but we're not at the point where we need to make this drastic of a cut. And I fear that if we do this, the folks who are left behind will be overburdened. And that's where I stand.
Yeah, I agree with Dave. I try to envision what that would look like once we reduce that secondary office staff. Who would be there to greet or buzz us in or what have you? Where would this lead? How would we be looked upon in terms of an inviting district and providing that initial support, especially for new parents who are trying to navigate themselves around the particular school, whether it's elementary, middle, or high school? I think they're essential. Often they will help parents or even students who come in and just kind of looking wayward and not sure, where they need to go or who they need to speak to. So I think they're vital, Again, they provide that infrastructure, and I can't support this cut.
I'm going to shock you, and I'm going to support the cut, not because I think it's a terrific idea, but because I think, Carol, to your point, if there's a wayward parent, I mean, there are plenty of people around that would be able to orient these people. I mean, it's only 4 positions, it's $140,000, that's 4 lives that are impacted, and it stinks. But, again, we have 23 school-based office support staff. We're going from 23 to 19 at the secondary level. I have to think we'd be able to make it through with 1 fewer person at each school. I just have to think that. And, I know no one likes to hear the analogy between school and corporate, but sometimes you have to make do with what you got. And no one likes it, but sometimes you have to do it. So I would say of all the things that are going to have as little of an impact on the students themselves, I gotta say this, of all the things listed here, it's probably one of them. So I would support this.
I'm recalling, looking at my notes here, one of the things we mentioned in last week, Jay, was just anybody. That if if we don't cut teachers, we need to keep the support staff for them. That we can't cut staff and still have the same number of teachers. And that was another thing I had here as to why we should keep these 4 staff members.
Yeah, I agree with Dave. I have to say this is yet again another place where I thought this is an obvious cut. I mean, this is not even a question. And it was only the things that you all said when we said this is an obvious cut that made me realize that it wasn't. And it was exactly what Dave is saying. It's the behind-the-scenes support stuff that we don't know about because they do it. But you can't run a school without the people doing all the bureaucratic detail work that has to be done. And so, again, I totally hear you in theory, and it was only the concrete examples that you guys gave that made me change my mind. So
Yeah, and you know, again, I'm not trying to minimize the impact of what these folks do, and again, not here last week without having that context, but even if I were here, just hearing what I'm hearing now, look, I mean, if the bureaucratic things don't get done in as timely a manner as possible because they're resource constrained, I mean, is that something that we would be willing to accept? I mean, you know, we're not doing a full cost-benefit analysis. All we're focusing on are the benefits and not necessarily looking at the costs. I mean, is it worth having that extra oomph? And, you know, we're not going to arrive at that tonight, obviously, and we might not arrive at it for another year. You know, we would have to measure, you know, really understand what these folks do on a daily basis. So, you know, without having that, it's very easy for me to just say, you know, snip it and be done with it. But, you know, maybe this is a situation where, you know, we have to postpone. Maybe we have to really dig in and determine, well, what does our world look like with only 19?
Can I interrupt you?
Sure, of course.
Just to your point, last week,
Yep.
Paul, in his inimitable way, gave us a lengthy list. Don't do it again.
So is that wait, Paul,
You're out of
no, because when I was in
lengthy list of
Yeah.
what these, and therefore the impact. Just so we know, and it was a partial list.
It was a partial list.
And to
Okay.
Cheryl's point,
Yeah.
you know, it was a compelling, and certainly, you know, for those of us who know these firsthand as well.
So, Paul,
So we've been through this. We've had this conversation.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair.
And anyway, yeah.
Can I just say one other thing, though? Of
course.
It suddenly occurred to me when you were speaking that this actually gets back to the question about the governor's budget, for me. I'm relying on all the people who said, don't put the money in because it's not going to happen. I could really be wrong. And I'm telling you that if I am wrong, and I'm sitting here next time, we're going to have to make those cuts. It's not, I don't think that, when I say our, I don't mean to be speaking for the group, but those of us who say, oh, no, we have to keep this, and those of us who say, no, we have to get rid of it, I think there's a very fine line, and I think if it comes to the point where we really have to cut those numbers, I'm going to be with you. But at the moment, because I'm not convinced we're there yet, I'm not willing to do it.
Yet a fiscal conservative blossoms.
What I would say to you, Jay, and to everybody on the board, we've been operating this year because, as you know, we had a deficit from the beginning because of needs we had to hire, that we've been operating under basically a hiring freeze. So anytime we've had a retirement, we've looked at.
You haven't backfilled that.
Exactly. And so for all of these positions that you're seeing on this list coming up here, that's exactly what we're going to be doing over the next couple of years. And we do anticipate a solid number of retirements and do exactly what you're saying is looking at every time.
Yep.
How can that be
Well-
reallocated if necessary, and how can we train people? And so,
And I think a couple of weeks ago when we met on this, my notes here, I have retirement with a question mark right there. And if some of the folks are going to retire and we just lose them by attrition, that's fine. So I'm okay leaving it in for now, as long as we've got some, I mean, even if it's one or two, just something.
yeah, I would anticipate over the next year, 2 years from this and from central office staff, we would have some retirements, and we would look hard at how do we fill, how do we reallocate.
Okay, well, then, you know, I guess I'm assuaged by the discussion, and if, you know, these folks truly are critical to making the engine hum, as it were, and if we're going to lose some of these folks by attrition, I guess I would be comfortable supporting leaving it in. But, you know, as Cheryl said, we'll know in a year, won't we?
Move to vote? So all those in favor of reducing secondary office staff, please say aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nays have it. 7-0. Moving on. Great work, team. Next up, a motion, please, to reduce regular education paras. One from each building. Move. We have a motion. Second.
Second.
Cheryl.
Okay, I rushed to move this because I would just like to say this is unconscionable. It is simply there are many difficult cuts that we're making, but the paras, we keep adding paras. We keep adding paras because we don't have any choice about adding paras. We add paras because we have more kids with needs. We add paras because we have 2 big classes. These aren't negotiable items. Not one of the paras that you've hired, as far as I can tell, was, oh, let's just have another person here. I mean, we only hire paras when there are real needs to be met. And so it seems to me that, first of all, it's unconscionable to cut things where there are real needs. But second of all, we can do whatever we want. They're going to hire them anyway if they need them. So anyway, so I just completely, I think this is not one we ought to support.
And I agree. I'm sorry, Jay. And this year, we had to hire how many? 30?
We're 22 staff over, combined with TAs, pairs, and teachers. Yeah.
And so the need is clearly demonstrated, and I understand. I know this is a general ed need, but we don't know what section breaks will look like. There are other things that are coming up.
Oh, we know what they're going to look like.
And we're going to need this. And
We
so-
probably will need some, I mean, we'll make the section breaks this year, as we all know, because of the tightening that's in the budget. We'll probably send those out to the principals, maybe right after vacation, maybe before vacation, what it looks like next year, with the understanding there's just not the backfill, there's not the same discussion. And if you get, Smith School had 5 kids move in 2 weeks ago, in 1 week. Yeah, and so if that happens during the year, then yes, we're going to be adding in that case. This is, and I agree with you, Cheryl, but this is one para, there's all the different types of pairs, which we talked about last week, so.
So that's what I wanted to dig at. When I first saw this line item, my initial reaction was, well, no, you can't cut this. I mean, because I know how valuable paras are. But what I'm trying to understand is, what roles do these folks play? Are they truly of the hands-on, monitor someone in the classroom variety, or are they the ones that kind of, meander in the front office and then maybe monitor a lunch for 10 minutes? And, what do they do?
The simple fact is they do everything. So what we'd be doing here is each building has an allocation based on needs in the building, based on a building pair, based on kindergarten sections, and each principal at that point would have to be looking at which one would they remove from the equation. I mean, Gretchen does this now in terms of, as wonderful as Gretchen is, there are times when she's the least popular person, because if you have a para attached to a child and that child goes away from the building, we reallocate that para to another need that's arisen, and everybody in the building is, you can't do that to us because they do X, Y, Z. So, I mean, to your question is, it's all of those things. I mean, I can't say exactly which one it would be per building.
Jay, if I can just say again, because I took notes on exactly this question. They do 4 things. They are instructional, especially in the kindergartens, especially in high enrollment classrooms. They deal with special education and high need classrooms, where there are kids of high needs in those classrooms. They are behavioral, for example, with kids with autism and things like that. They serve in those situations. And then extraordinary needs, like one-on-ones that need to happen, that a teacher can't do because they can't take a student aside, but somebody has to do it. The para would do that. So again, it's just struck me with the list, and that's exactly why we asked, is that these aren't optional things.
But so what you've just described is the broader para universe, right? That's the whole, okay. So what I'm trying to get at are there some paras that don't necessarily perform 80%. Maybe they only perform 20% of those duties. Maybe they're only pressed into service on those vital tasks a very small percentage of the time. And I'm just trying to understand that, because if that were the case, then, maybe we don't get rid of all, but maybe we can get rid of a few. Again, trying to see where we can make efficiencies here.
The only thing I can say, just from my personal observation, is all paras are not the same. Say some are better at it than others. But I do know that what they do for the teachers for support and for the students and for the families is such a critical role. I can't imagine not having them in place, eliminating and reducing in this area, particularly because we don't know what to expect. I know that they play such a crucial role day to day. So some are better than the others, but I think they're all very critical to what we need in the
Good.
So, we all bring our own experience to the table, and I'm a Northfield dad, and it's a higher needs school, and I gotta tell you, these are some of and I don't necessarily know about these particular 16, but I can tell you about the ones at Northfield. Probably the hardest working people in that school. I have never seen them meander, quite honestly. In fact, I've volunteered quite a bit in the classrooms, and I've been on numerous field trips, and I gotta tell you, you couldn't pay me enough on some of these. Yeah, no, I don't have that skill set, and I'm fully aware of it. You got to know your limits, and I can't speak for these 16, right? I can just tell you what I see at Northfield, and they do God's work, really. So.
Move to vote. All those in favor of eliminating one para from each building, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
The nays have it 6-1.
Now assume the Clarence Thomas seat on this.
Yeah, you're talking too much for Clarence Thomas.
Yes.
All right, folks, moving on. A motion, please, to eliminate regular ed, the regular education summer programs. A motion. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I say don't do it.
Can I just ask about splitting the difference question? Regular summer ed, just to be clear, doesn't mean regular summer ed. It means free education summer program for ESOL students, which strikes me as, again, if we cut that penny wise, pound foolish, these are kids who need as much practice maintaining their English as possible. And if we get rid of the summer program, they will simply slip farther behind and it'll make it harder.
And for the whole district.
And that's for the whole district, that's right. So I just want to make the argument that for that, at least, it would be educationally foolish because it would set them back and then we'd have to make it up another way. The second half of that, though, is free regular education summer school for students at Smith and Charter Oak, right? And I don't know what the proportions are. And I understand that many of the students at Smith and Charter Oak are also free and reduced lunch or other kinds of kids who really need this program. But I just have to ask, because like we did before, there are kids who need this program at every school. I understand that we want to offer things for the magnet, but it seems to me that this kind of program is more important for kids who need it than for kids in any given magnet. So I'm not advocating cutting it. I'm asking what would happen if we changed the criteria so that it was ESOL and kids with those kinds of needs, however you define that.
It would, I'll let Paul talk about it, but it would cost more because of busing is the typical cost and just number of employees. As you increase the numbers, you'd have to increase supports.
Well, you would set criteria right now as a program for Smith and Charter Oak. We obviously target kids that are most in need. I could, I would imagine as you try to work within a budget constraint, you say, okay, well, our level of need is here. Now we're going to make the level of need be greater so that we filter fewer kids out, but we expand it across question mark. Every school, Title I schools, that's, we do have anywhere in the neighborhood of generally 5% of students that may be in need of intervention during the school year through our SRBI processes. So you move that from multiplying, and we have higher percentages at our title schools, higher percentage, obviously Smith and Charter Oak fit into that category. But now you've got just a bigger total population. So I would think that it would certainly add classrooms, even if we said, well, we're only going to target, exceptional need. There's
So it's
ways to
not-
constrain it, but it's generally going to be additive.
So it's not every Smith.
No, it's not a
And charter-
magnet school program.
Okay,
It's
so-
a need-based program with the highest need historically being at Charter Oak and Smith.
So when it says, and for students at Smith and Charter Oak, does it mean and for high-need students who happen to also be at Smith and Charter Oak? Or does it mean for high-need students, most of whom are at Smith and Charter Oak?
Well, it's limited to Smith and Charter Oak in terms of where we
Based on
offer it.
location.
But it is a needs-based.
Because, I guess because it's a magnet school, right? You can have little Joey, his parents make $500,000 a year, and he's going to Smith or Charter Oak because it's a magnet school, but you're still providing free. Is this
It's not-
subject to free and reduced lunch only? Is
No,
there a-
it's not free and reduced lunch only.
Or is there
necessarily.
a parameter of your parents can only make this to get free? Because
No, it's not fiscally based. It's based on their achievement. So it's not an enrichment program. It's an intervention. So certainly, yes, you can have a family with low financial need who has a child with high academic need that's participating in this program. Yes.
They would be at Charter Oak or Smith. That's not what it's aimed at historically. I mean, Paul's just answering honestly that historically, students migrating to Smith and Charter Oak are not of the greatest needs academically. I mean, I don't have the number in front of me. I'd be curious to see how many of these students are magnet students. This is a historical program located in the area, and so these were our two highest need schools. These were our two schools that had historically struggled, and so this is where it was developed. Happy to expand the program.
I mean, that's another argument of not cutting this, but expanding it, but which we're not going to do today.
I just have a question, though. And I know we're going to talk about this another time, but is it possible to have a program like this and have people to pay to attend? Or have them to, and also provide their own transportation? When you think about summer programming, different things that we do as camps.
I'll be honest with you, we're bad at summer programming because we're expensive. Because any teacher that we pay, we're paying a teacher rate, where Leisure Services is paying a kid rate. And I don't mean that against Leisure Services, just historically, for high school, when you're getting credit, kids will take those courses. And Rosina will be here presenting next week, and you can do a follow-up next meeting. But historically, the reason we've moved away from that, we've kind of let Leisure Services take over some of the summer programs, including enrichment programs, because they can offer it in a manner that's far cheaper than we could, because this is one of the limited areas where you see it with board support. Otherwise, we try to make it self-sustaining, but because of our contracts and what we pay teachers, we can't compete at a price point where parents will choose that during the summer. Now, the codicil to that is, expand this program out, it becomes far more difficult to limit. I mean, this will be the most popular program in town, because if you offer something for free in the summer, you'll have people that want that. And
Leisure Services does that, or maybe not Leisure Services, but languages are taught at the adult centers, right? At the senior centers and such? Aren't there's,
There probably is in their catalog, I don't know.
yeah, I think there is, but, yeah.
But I do think it's different. The leisure services offering is different than an academic. If you need summer school, there's a special education, there's this, but, most students have to look outside for
We've
that.
had it and we've cut it in the past. We've cut it back over the past 10 years because of lack of interest.
So I guess, how do you get 120? What were the language somebody mentioned earlier? How many languages are spoken in our schools?
73.
So 73 languages. How do you have a specific savings of 120,000? I mean ballpark, but say you have out of that many languages, say you have 10 that need it. That's 10 different teachers unless they.
Now you're going to have Paul do a whole presentation on how we do ESOL. No, go ahead, Paul. Do you want to?
I mean, are they?
The 30-second explain the 120.
It's not that you have a teacher teaching in each language.
Oh, definitely not. No, they're all just teaching English, obviously.
Yeah. What about where the students are getting stuck on particular verbs and such in a different language, and there's no.
So the teaching strategies that the ESOL teachers will be using, I mean, they'd bring in, and I've observed this where they're bringing in, if I'm trying to teach you some basic vocabulary, I'll either show you pictures of the object, I'll bring the object in, we're practicing letter sounds. I mean, and that's at the very beginning levels. The only time we do translation services is for our bilingual schools. So, going back to the ESOL conversation, there are 1.8 bilingual teachers. You have to have 20 or more students in a school that have that as a home language. Generally, that's been Spanish, although we did have a year where we had Vietnamese as a bilingual. And then you provide, our model is that you provide some instruction in that language, but it's a transitional language program, so you're primarily instructing in English.
Can I make a suggestion? I think I'm going to vote against eliminating it. But the reason I would like to do that is to say I think it's really important to provide educational summer school for ESOL students and for students with however you define this special category of academic need. And my argument would be, for whatever historical reasons it was located and limited to whatever, it's the kids who need it that we should be serving, not the schools that they happen to be in. So I would really urge or ask that we look at how we provide those services to make sure that all the kids that we think need them get them, regardless of what school they're going to. Even for the busing thing, you're already busing kids to Smith and Charter Oak. It's not like those kids are all neighborhood anyway. So I understand that there are busing. What?
Not in the summer.
No. I'm just saying well, if the programs are provided in the summer.
So currently.
Oh, you mean they happen to be located
Yeah,
there?
currently these programs will bus a student that lives 1 or more miles away from Smith or Charter Oak, but it's contained to the Smith and Charter Oak families. And as Tom's point, the majority of Smith and Charter Oak are neighborhood kids. And generally speaking, while it's not impossible, generally speaking, a lot of the magnet students, shake it out and figure out, hey, if it's 5% of our population that needs intervention, it's probably 5% of our magnet population that needs intervention. So it's a smaller number of kids that live farther away that are going to need that transportation. Once you expand it to multiple schools, you'll have some of the same busing issues that you have right now. Right now, because it's just Smith and Charter Oak, we use one set of buses to service both schools, and the programs are offset by 15 minutes so that we can have the economy of, one bus.
No, I understand, and I'm not advocating expanding anything now because everybody would shoot me, but I still think if we have a program that we think is important for kids with particular needs, then we ought to, as best we can, serve all the kids with those particular needs. It may be that some of the kids with those needs have money, and so we don't have to provide it free to everybody. I mean, that's a model we could, it seems to me, look at. That's what Tammy was suggesting, I think. But my argument is not to cut it, but to make sure it's getting to the right people. So,
Yeah, Tammy, I like what you had to say. You know, the concept of free and then the summer just doesn't really square up with me. I mean, I guess I understand intuitively that they need this, but this is something that I view as if there was some skin in the game on the part of these folks that could help us reduce whatever costs we are incurring as a district, I'd be more inclined to support it. But, you know, until we can get our heads around that, I mean, it's summer school, and I mean, if we're doing our job as a district, I mean, do they need that intensive learning? Is there something that we could send them off at the end of the year to work on their own? I'm just, you know, thinking off the top of my head, just to potentially save some shekels here.
but again, this is, I mean, it's one thing about the other need students, but ESOL students, they just need practice in language. I mean, there's nothing you could send them home with. The point is, if those kids lose their language skills over the summer, we're going to have to make it up in the fall. That's my argument for that piece of it. at
Does it
least.
fall off that quickly, though, in 2.5 months? I don't know.
Oh, someone else, I mean, I think so,
I
but
guess-
I'm not a professional.
I think it's two kind of things to your question. Paul can talk about the ESOL. The need question, realistically, I don't have the numbers directly in front of me. Chip could probably pull them up. If you look at the percentage of students at Charter Oak and Smith who are free and reduced lunch, are most heavily impacted. And then you look at what banding of students struggles the most in school, not in West Hartford, nationally, worldwide, it's children economically disadvantaged, so free and reduced lunch. So the students in this program are dramatically free and reduced lunch. So realistically, the skin in the game, it's kind of the same thing as pay for play, where we always say we're not going to say no to a kid. So these are those kids that there's a deficit and they can't go to Mathnasium this summer. This is that. Paul, if you want to talk about ESOL
Yeah,
quickly.
very quickly, the drop-off with ESOL, and I'm going to speak in generalities, so I hope I don't offend any ESOL parent at home if they're fluent in English, but generally, if you have parents with less fluency in English, the child, when they go home, they may not be speaking English, they may not have, a peer group to have that, and therefore they're also not reading necessarily in that language. So the fall-off is more dramatic than it would be for the English-speaking peer.
So I understand. So the idea would be to keep these kids engaged in speaking the language, okay? It's unlike, other kids who go home over the summer and forget math, they don't do their reading. Those kids will pick it back up when they get back to school, whereas these ESOL kids, because their parents may not be speaking English and they're not getting that interaction in the language, they would really be behind the 8 ball. Okay?
But I do want to say that, just to clarify, when I said the payment option, like if we thought of something futuristically, I wasn't referring to this population, because this population is a population of high need. So I would support that. And another piece with that summer slippage, it's a real thing. And I think that when, not just the ESOL population, but population of needy students who go throughout the summer 8 to 10 weeks, that's a long time to go, and to lose those skills, it takes time. Going back to school, that repetitiveness, it takes a while. I remember a long time ago when I was a second grade teacher saying, gosh, year-round school, I understand it, because they lose those skills and you spend so much time making that up. And for some people, they're already behind. So to lose that, even more so over the summer, I think is significant.
Yeah, I'd feel a whole lot better supporting this if we had like an AB group where we could definitely point to a group that didn't attend summer ESOL and we saw a really bad drop-off, whereas we saw the kids who did attend and we didn't experience a drop-off. And then you could say, well, yeah, absolutely, that's a justified investment of $120,000. Okay, that's fair.
All right, folks, all those in favor of eliminating regular education summer programs, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
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 Nay. Nays have it. moving to our next group. I have a motion, please, to reduce the number of school days, summer school days. A motion? Second?
Second.
And please note, there's two things we've had, well, as you know from some conversations with Dr. Nelson, a question about what is recommended here, or suggested rather, in the superintendent's reductions, and then a kind of incremental plan B perhaps would be to reduce by 6 days, to remove, instead of going from 30 to 20 days, going from 30 to 24 days. The reduction of 10 days would yield a savings of $357,000. A reduction of 6 days would yield a saving of $215,000. Now, there are certainly other options, but those seem to be the two ones that have been circulated. Again, reduced by 10 or reduced by 6, or not reduced at all.
I'll take what I can get. So, I mean, if this board feels that, a 10-day reduction is sufficient, I can support that. I can support the original proposal. Again, it's summer school, and I know that some kids need this, but I think there's an argument to be made that sometimes it's good for kids to play and just be out doing non-academic things, letting their mind rest, building their bodies, whatever.
I'd like to point out, this is the special education summer school that we're talking about. And many of the students impacted, first of all, just because you're in special education doesn't mean you get to go to summer school. It's the neediest people in special education, students, who get to go to summer school. And while it's academic, it's also enrichment as well. They have opportunity, because social skills and building all of that is important as well. And for some students, it's not so easy to be able to go out and run and just be free. There's work to do. There's a population support that's needed. This is a critical program. The question I have is regarding attendance with the program. That's the only thing that I have observed, is sometimes a lot of people are there, or sometimes they are not, because it's summertime. So I would be open to the possibility of making a reduction in the program if the attendance warrants that. That's something I'd like to hear, have a little discussion about, so that maybe it would be reduced a bit, but it would certainly be something that I could, that is critically important.
So ESY, for students with an IEP, so who they are eligible for services if they meet certain qualifications. And so some of the regression reasons is that they're so impacted by their disability that if they didn't attend summer school, they would regress so significantly that they couldn't make it up once you got through the summer. Some non-regression reasons would be that they are, again, so significantly impacted by their disability that they need essentially 12 months a year to make steady progress at all. And so it is mandated by the federal law, by IDEA, that we provide ESY services. And so we have cut back over the years on the number of days that we provide, but we currently provide 6 weeks, 5 days. And that's a little bit more than average district around us, which is on average, their students attend 22 days. Did a little poll. Tammy, you bring up a good point about attendance, and that's definitely something that we strive for, is to have maximum attendance, because we have to staff for full attendance. And so there are some folks who will take a week's vacation in the middle of that, and some who will take a long weekend here and there. And there are some who don't, absolutely do not. And there is full attendance. But at this point, we have about 40% of our ESY students attend less than 90% of the time. So attendance is a factor. And so I actually approached some parents, as this came up, and engaged them in some really healthy conversation around this. And what they said, if they got to choose, they would prefer that we went 6 weeks and 4 days a week, that would help them increase their attendance, but also it would increase the keep the length of time over the summer so that there was less of a gap between the end of ESY programming and the start of school. And so if we went down to 5 weeks, it would be 2.5, almost 3 weeks before the start of school, and felt like that would introduce a window of potential regression. Keeping it at 6 weeks and going it down to 4 days would allow them to continue to get that exposure. And not only in the academic realm, but also in the social realm, not as an enrichment, but a lot of times in order to access their education, students need those social skills, and so it's part of their academic curriculum.
Thank you for that. And that's a really good point about the 6 weeks being closer, because I was thinking the 5 days and wondering how they would make up or what they would do in that one day. But that does I can understand how that makes sense. Thank you.
Right, that was the consensus among the parents that I spoke with.
So, reducing, I hear the 40%, less than 40%.
Have less than 90% attendance.
Yeah. That's troublesome. And then, and I always go back to this too, and is that parents have skin in the game. We look at our teachers, we look at our administrators, and we look at our guidance counselors and PE teachers and such, and we look at them as, they are the end all. They have all the solutions for said child, and that's not the case. There's a component that parents have. And, you get into this, 6 weeks, 5 days per week, and they're not necessarily attending.
Well, 60% are attending more than 90% of the time. So, yeah, I mean, we do have a more.
Yeah, 40% is a big number because,
attendance rate.
40% is a big number. And if you extend it, and then what about vacations and this, if they can actually work around this, because if I send my kid to a summer camp and it's for sports or for reading or for writing, I work my schedule around all of that so that they attend 100% of the time, because I think it's that important. I just think that parents, I support this cut. These kids also need, family time, that vacation time, and, there's a component of that. If they're in school all year long, that's difficult. And it's the special education piece, the special needs piece, that's, where's the rest for the weary?
Well, I think that we're looking at our students who are most highly impacted. And so in order to engage in summer, they need adults to assist them. And so being engaged in the ESY program is essential, for them.
Adults.
This is, yeah.
Parents?
Parents, and they have the week before ESY starts, and they have that almost 2 weeks afterwards. And so in talking to parents, that's generally where they will schedule their vacation and their family time.
The other thing I would just encourage, and maybe this isn't appropriate, but I think it's just true, is to see the program, to really see, to see the population of which you're speaking, to have an appreciation for the need, for the work, for the need, the support. It is exceptional in its need. It's not just like summer school is just run off and we're doing this. It's really a totally different.
And I would, I actually would love to, I like doing those things.
Yeah.
And being able to put my finger on something in my eyes. I do. I appreciate that. And in fact, maybe I can coordinate doing that this summer.
I'll let
But-
you know. They do a wonderful program. at
Yeah,
West.
I've been in every school system, not system, but in every school, and it took a while, but I've done it. But is it that huge of an impact? And tell me, I guess is 10 days. We're talking about 10 days. 10 days out of 365.
I think the parent's point, which is well taken, is that it reduces by 6 days, so it is a significant cost savings, but it allows 6 weeks to happen over the course of the summer where they do have that adult support in order to engage. And for many of the kids that I'm talking about, it's essential.
I actually think that we're all on one page if we're allowed to amend our motion, which is, I think it sounds like even the parents are in support of a cut. I don't mean, no, of course, but I'm just saying that it makes sense from a programmatic point of view to make the cut. And of all the possible cuts, the parents seem to say, we'd prefer more weeks at fewer days a week. So it seems to me that if we could just amend the motion from cutting 10 days to cutting 6 days, then we're still saving the money. We're still cutting the program to improve the absentee rate, right, in a way that seems to be most suited to the people who were having trouble getting there 100% of the time. So we may, if we can I motion to to amend to 6?
One question. Of the parents you spoke to, were they at first at all alarmed, or not alarmed, concerned about the cut at all? And they said, oh, between these two, this is my preference? Or were they just like, oh, that makes sense to us?
So most of the parents that I spoke with understood that there's a difference between the level of programming that we provide in other districts. Most of them have had experiences in other districts. They're either teachers in other districts, and so they know that we are providing a very supportive level of ESY programming. And so they were looking realistically to help problem solve if we needed to make this cut. But my guess is if I put it on the table and said, please choose cuts or no cuts, they would certainly not choose cuts. You're welcome.
Sure, well, I'll make the amendment anyway. So I make, so I'll make, can I make an amend, to amend the initial motion to propose cutting 6 days from the program? And if we accept that, you could still vote again, you could still vote no if you wanted, if you don't want to cut the program at all. But I'm just taking the,
Or if you want to cut more.
yes, well, that's right. So I'm just asking, could everybody agree on 6, or should we stick with 10?
We'll start with 6, then we can go to the 10.
Why don't, yeah,
So-
yeah, you have to start with the 10.
Stick with the original motion. All those in favor of eliminating, reducing the number of special education summer school days by 10, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Say nay. Nay. Okay, then we'll do this next motion, rather a vote. All those in favor of reducing the number of special education summer school days by 6 days by 6 days, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay. All right, so we have, that carries 5-2. That is reducing by 6. For a savings, as I understand it, is $215,000.
Yeah.
Okay? Thank you. Moving on to general support services, our last. Chip, your screen has got kind of funky.
There's a light at the end of this tunnel.
Yes. Is
Yeah, you might need to change the view, Chip.
Anyway, we're moving.
It was doing fine before, wasn't it?
Yeah, it went to sleep and then woke back all.
Did it not catch the, is it not on the right screen setting?
Forehead hit the keyboard.
All those in favor. I'm going to have a motion to reduce the central office support staff by 5 positions.
So moved.
Second. Discussion?
All right, well,
Let me just
Oh,
preempt,
sure,
let me
sorry.
preempt this. I'm guessing this is a similar conversation as the secondary office staff, but we can proceed as we wish.
yeah, but I think in this case, at least with the secondary office staff, those are the schools themselves. I mean, with central office, I mean, again, these are people's jobs, and I don't take this lightly, but if there are going to be retirements, and we feel confident that there are going to be retirements, you know, I'm okay leaving it in as long as we're reasonably confident that we're going to get retirements.
So also to, again, to last week, Mr. Vicinis read us another
Yep.
lengthy list of all of the
I'm
wonderful
sure
work
it
they
was
did.
robust and.
It was,
Yeah, and fact-filled.
It's worth a second review.
No, it is not. No.
He's ready.
You know, Paul, when I was getting texts from Z here, it was 9:30 San Francisco time, and I said, "What are you guys doing there? Is Paul talking?" I'm sorry, that was low-hanging fruit.
I don't mind starting on this one. So, yeah. And so I can talk about the impact in pupil services. So each one of the central office staff in the pupil services office is highly specialized in a particular area. Medicaid, the IDEA grant, there is the legal part of it. And so the impact of losing, staff in my office would have a significant financial impact if we made a mistake, if we were late, if we couldn't attend to a particular task. It would mean a significant reduction and potential problem with errors.
Dave?
I just feel like
And my note from last week was if Gretchen's office makes an IDEA mistake, it'll cost more than $175,000 that we're going to save here. It could very well cost that. And this is another one where we need these folks if we don't cut staff.
Oh, I'm sorry, but so that's presuming incompetence on the part of the. I mean, why wouldn't we have faith in these people to execute and not make mistakes?
Well, these are detailed. It's very difficult things to do.
So each person in my office specializes in a particular area, and so, reducing would increase the workload and require somebody who's not as familiar with a particular thing, with a particular task to take that on.
Gretchen, I have a question. So once that position is eliminated, am I to understand there's no backup person in that office to take that function on no longer?
There is backup. Everyone is, we try to cross-train as much as possible to make sure that everyone can come in if someone is absent. But again, it would be increasing in workload. The impact, if we make mistakes, is great.
This is one of those areas, and I think, we'd have to look at as we get people in and what's replacing it. I think and who's replacing it and how. I think one of the things that I've found through this process is everybody says to me, get more grants. That seems to be a general solution for people. You need to get more grants. There's not as many grants out there as we see state and federal cuts, which people need to understand. These are the people that do a lot of the grant management, grant writing, and getting things on time. So this is actually that bureaucracy, Jay, that if it is late, then we're running into problems. These are the idea, they're managing a lot of that. And that's not just true for Gretchen's office, it's also true in Paul's office. So I understand the point. Listen, nobody's calling to save central office positions. I understand that. Nobody's calling to save an administrator. I understand that. So it falls on us to defend them, and I think Paul more than defended them last week.
I'm sure it was an eloquent defense, Paul. I'll go back and review it online.
Any other comments about this? Andy, we haven't heard from you tonight. That's okay.
Just to reiterate Jay's original question was that, as people are retiring, we always will be looking at those positions and if there's savings to be made for that.
Thank you. All right, folks. All those in favor of reducing central office support staff by 5.0 positions, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
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 I see it.
RD be like, yes. No. Okay, we have 5-2. Moving on. A motion to reduce part-time custodial staff by 15%.
So moved.
Second. Dave?
Hey, we can't do this. Our custodial staff is overburdened already. I recall years ago thinking they had too much work before we cut back at that point. We've got to support these folks. I've got to say, I'm a little disappointed in all the emails. I don't think we received one about custodial staff, but we all rely on them. My days as a PTO president, I remember the hard work they put in for the June Fair, for example, and all the things they do to go above and beyond. Now, this is, reducing by 15%, and we need to support our custodial staff. So I'm against this.
And let's also keep in mind that we're, in Tom's original budget, there's already some tightening with, is it maintenance and custodial, or both? Anybody want to speak to this?
On the topic, have we looked at, and I don't remember if this was a conversation we had last week or it was a sidebar conversation, things we've talked a lot, about outsourcing this? We talk about that?
We had a
or-
long report and discussion about that 4 or 5 years ago when Bruce was the chair.
Maybe,
Could have been before your time.
boy, it
Was
could
that-
be
that was
before
a
my
pre-
time, but my memory, I mean, it
It was a
can't be that good.
pre-contract conversation, yeah.
Yeah. Is that something that, is there any savings there?
There's a lot of, there's so much tied into it. I'd let.
That's one
Chip
for the
go on
list.
that. Yeah.
Just
Fine,
saying.
fair enough. We can,
Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't think
we're
you
not
want-
going to do it tonight.
I don't think you
No,
want
right.
to dig on that
Significant legal
tonight.
implications that would have to be
Okay.
addressed. We have to negotiate it, basically.
Carol?
Yeah, I'm not in support of this cut. I find this is a vital crew, might be the quiet crew of the schools, but they're very vital in terms of just keeping the schools neat and clean. And when you come in on off hours, they're very crucial in terms of directing you where you need to go in a timely manner. And I think often they're like the unsung heroes of all of our facilities around town. So I can't support this cut.
Move to vote. All those in favor of reducing the part-time custodial staff by 15%, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
5-2 count, 2-5 count. Moving on, motion to reduce maintenance positions by 1.0. Motion,
So moved.
second.
second.
Jay?
So this one I actually would think that we should keep, because, to Dave's point, I think that the maintenance positions, they really do run the school. I voted in the last one because we're talking about the part-time custodians, not to minimize their contributions and all that, but it's 15%, that's roughly 5 folks. I thought we could do with that, but I don't think we could eliminate one of these budgeted positions. I really do view them as the property managers, as it were. And I do think that they are essential to the operation of the school, so I would recommend that we leave this in.
Would anyone like to disagree with Jay on this? Seeing no disagreement, we'll move to vote. All those in favor of reducing maintenance positions 1.0, please say aye.
Aye.
No, in favor of reducing.
Oh, sorry, no, not, oh, no, take that back, not me.
Retraction.
It's late.
Moving to vote. All those in favor of, all those in favor of reducing maintenance positions by 1.0, please say aye. Opposed? Nay?
Nay.
All right, 7 nays have it. We have two more. One is the CABE membership. Motion to, I have a motion to cancel our membership to CABE.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Dave?
I love CABE. It's a great organization. They do good work, but we have a lot of the staff in-house. Yeah, that we can do this, we can handle what they provide, the services they provide. We'll miss some of it, but as we discussed, for $24,000 savings, West Hartford Public Schools would be able to terminate the membership and still exist as a board with sufficient services.
I don't know what I would do if I don't get that newsletter. I mean, it's great bathroom reading, just in case you're wondering. No, in all
Direct all
seriousness.
mail to Jay Sarzan.
Yes, in all seriousness, I am not certain of the value of this membership. I think we can deploy $24,000 a lot more smartly. I vote we eliminate this.
Then we can move to vote on this. All those in favor of canceling the Board of Education membership to CABE, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay? The ayes have it. Last but not least, pay to play. Have a motion to increase the pay to play amount from 150 to 200.
No, the motion would be not to.
No, they're taking it out of your budget, right?
Oh, it's in your budget.
It's already in the budget.
Thank you very much. Right, fine. The motion is not to increase the pay to play from 150 to $200 per sport with a family cap of $800.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Jay.
So as we're going through the budget and we're saving this item, that item, this is $100,000, if I recall correctly. And I think that's a direct hit to the families who have kids playing sports. At the end of the day, it wouldn't save us that much money, and I think it would be an extension of goodwill to a pretty broad section of the population. I would recommend either one of two paths. Number one, we either extend pay to play for other activities beyond the sports, and that could be band. I'm still not sure why that wouldn't be covered, because my son's an Inter-Rail, and I had to cut a check for $60.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Oh, you did? See, I missed everything last week.
I know.
Okay.
But that argument still, and what was left on the table from last week, was that PE versus your varsity, or any sport really, because if you're teaching volleyball and PE, it's academic, it's instruction, but yet you're paying to play. So we talked about how it's instructional in the school for tuba, but you don't pay for tuba. So it's.
Well, you talked about
I talked about that, and you said you were going to look at it on a legal aspect.
We talked about it from co-curricular. There's a difference between,
Well, no, not co-curricular, because if you're getting instruction on the tuba and you play tuba, you don't pay anything. If you're getting instruction in PE to play volleyball and you play volleyball,
if I'm
Nobody
getting
would say
instruction in the
PE that you're
tuba, I'm
getting
taking a
instruction to
class in
play
band.
volleyball.
So what are you getting?
Listen, I'm sorry,
What is it,
Mr.
like-
Morrow gets the floor on this one. That's right, Tom.
By all means.
If you're taking instruction, if you're getting a lesson in the tuba, it means because you're also enrolled in band, which is the class for that.
extracurricular,
No.
after school,
No.
with the programs and the plays and the musicals.
No, there's a regular class of band at the secondary schools.
There's a class of PE
Yes.
for volleyball.
If you're involved in an after-school, one of the select groups or something else, it's also because there's a class for that at the high school level. At the middle school level, we do charge for that as an extracurricular expense at the middle school level.
Well, you still.
Jay, you had two.
Yeah, well, so
one was to
one was to
charge
expand it.
expand it, and charge other things. And
Charge
number two?
other things, which it doesn't seem like that's going to fly very far. And then the other would just be to simply leave it at 150. And,
That's not number two. That's just what it is.
Yeah, leave it.
That's a
No,
fake
no,
number. That's a fake number two.
but you proposed the increase to 200, correct? Yep. Right, so I want to leave it at 150. Back it out.
You're making changes at the superintendent's budget.
Yep. So, no, I'm saying that Tom's budget proposed moving the fee, and I think that we ought to leave it at 150. It's $100,000. I know it's not a tremendous amount of money, but I think $50 extra, and given that 200 would put us among the higher towns in the area, I feel strongly that we ought to leave it. And, my kid doesn't play high school sport. He's only in elementary school, but I think we should go that path. That's my recommendation.
This would set us at the highest, other than Tolland. And is it 70%, 60-something% that don't charge at all?
Only
Of this-
9 of the 30 charge a pay for play.
9 of the 30. Where's Chip when you need a percentage, right? So we're in a league of our own, really, with this. And in my mind, it unfairly affects the athletes and their families. And, I think if we could spread the wealth on other programs, we should. But it's not something that I feel comfortable we should lead in be the number one, or tied with Tolland for the highest cost for sports. So I think we should leave it at 150.
I personally believe we should not charge anything, but that's
I
besides the
agree,
point.
I agree with you too. I just, but.
No, I understand.
You got to get what you
absolutely.
get when you can.
But given the fact that we do charge, I wonder, and am I correct that kids who can't afford it, we waive that fee? So raising it doesn't affect that, right? But my question is, could we compromise slightly, keep it at the 200, whatever, but lower the cap? I forgot what the cap, you raise the cap too.
The cap's 4 seasons.
Right, so maybe we could lower the
family.
cap to, say, 3 seasons.
Well, I'd
How
argue-
many three-season sports
Or two,
players
I
do
mean,
we have?
what I'm saying is whatever,
Significant If you look at
Yeah.
families, because you have so, because it's
Okay,
not
yeah,
one
yeah.
child, it's the family.
So,
I'm just saying, can we, in other words, right now, the proposal is to return to 150 and the lower cap. Your proposal was to raise both the pay-to-play and the cap. What I'm saying is there a way to say, okay, we'll raise it to 200, but we'll keep a lower cap so that
well, it
people
still
who
that
are playing
affects
more
the
than
one,
one.
that affects the one athlete, right?
Correct.
And I'd argue that, okay, there's certain, I don't know how many, we certainly don't have the number, but those people that have the income right above the level, that aren't free and reduced, that say, I'd love to play 4 sports or 3 sports, but, hey, Johnny, you can only play 2, because,
But that's my point. If you lower the cap, then those kids,
so that cap wouldn't take place for 2 sports versus, it would.
I don't know what the cap, I'm just saying, what if we thought about lowering the cap?
It's-
It would not help me. My daughter played one sport. I would have to pay the higher rate. But the point is that the burden is unpleasant in any case. But the real burden is the number of sports. So what if we lowered the number of sports so that you
Yeah,
still weren't?
I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate number, and like, I agree with you. I'm not in favor of pay for play. The one thing that makes me feel okay about it is I know how much youth sports cost. And multiple sports in town, and people are paying it, and that's not talking about AAU. That's not talking about summer lacrosse camp. That's not talking about a one-day football camp. This is still the one thing I want to stress to everybody. What you're getting for $200 in a season is ridiculous. So,
You're right. I mean, even so, my son's playing in youth baseball, and it's $175 for the season. But, you know, he gets to keep his jersey and his hat, and it's terrific. Yeah. And that's not covering the cost of the eye black that he puts on because it's always so sunny out in the field. But I just think fundamentally, 150, charging something is fair, but to go from 150 to 200 just for the sake of trying to get an extra 100,000, that to me just doesn't smell right.
my initial proposal was going to be 150 to 175, and then when the governor's budget was what it was, and I was putting together.
Well, then how about this? If the government's budget doesn't come, if the budget comes through, as we say, then we should be okay at 150, and if it doesn't, then we can, make an addendum and say, hey, give us $1.75. I don't know.
I don't know about.
You're adopting a budget tonight, and you're pretty much done unless the town council changes you. The only way they're going to change you is to drop your budget. They're unlikely to increase your budget.
No, I understand. I understand. I was tongue in cheek. Yeah.
The only problem with your proposal, Cheryl, which I think is an interesting compromise, I hadn't really thought of it, is I don't know what number to plug in there, because it would be a guess.
Oh, sorry. So, I'm sorry, what is, right now, it's 150, and what's
And
the
it's
cap?
4 sports per family.
So it's
4
600?
seasons, 600.
To 600. And so what if we made it 200, but left the cap at 600? You're still,
You get your free sport earlier, yes.
well, you get your
No, I
free.
mean, I'm just saying that's what people
Right,
always
but
say.
the point
"Oh,
is-
softball, this is my free sport.
Yeah,
because-
well, then
yeah.
that's fine, but the point is, you're still not penalizing families
equity- so the
more than they
equity-
are now.
The equity across the board is to take care of everyone, not just the 3-4 sport person, actually the 4
Or the family that has 3 kids playing sports.
What about, it's an equity level. And you know what? The argument isn't fair that because you're playing AAU. If you're going to play at a varsity level, or that you're your particular child has a skill set, the direction is for that child to go that. Just like if, Quest, if they're super smart in math, they're going to go Quest math. If they happen to be very athletic, you're not sending a kid that played 1 year of basketball into an AAU program. You're not sending them to a club sport if they've never played before. This is about getting people to participate in a high school sport and become part of a team.
I completely agree. I just don't know from my time at the schools, this has not come up, and I could be wrong. It has not come up to me as we don't do sports because of the cost. I can't believe I'm in the position as if I'm advocating for this. If you're a store, I'm good with that.
Well, Tom, I could tell you as a kid that maybe if I potentially couldn't afford something, I'm not going to come out and tell you. If I fall above the free and reduced lunch and I'm not part of that program, then I'm not going to be, hey, it's a pride issue with people. Why would they come and say, I can't afford to play that sport?
What I take pride in is you wouldn't have to tell us. We have people going out and asking you, what sport are you doing this season? That's one of we try to get the kids engaged. We bring up to them at lunch. So I understand what you're saying, but the reasons kids don't play a sport is typically winter, limited number of sports. The other reason is working, paying for a job, working, babysitting, or focusing on just one sport. That I haven't heard that and I know I'm lying because one kid it could have happened to, and then that's too many. But
If I may, I do know kids, and I hear what you're saying, Mark, but I do know kids that don't have a problem saying, I can't afford it. And somehow they get redirected back to either the coach or somebody in that sport.
Kids too, but do you know the ones
Right.
that say they can't afford it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know the kids who say they can't afford to play. They'll say, no, I can't afford to.
You know the ones that stay silent?
They may stay
I know the
silent,
ones that
but
say
they
they
talk
can't.
among their peers,
Right.
is what I'm saying. So the peers will then advocate for them on their behalf. And they'll say, okay, well, if that's holding you back, I know who you can go and talk to. So then they put it back on them. If they really want to play, they'll find a way to play, and they'll go and talk to that individual. And they'll make it happen.
I agree. I had a chance to speak with Jason Siegel, and he said there's a good number with each high school that they're allowed to kind of give a waiver to when it's necessary.
The only thing I'll say is I think $150 is a lot, and I think $200 is a lot. But I think, given where we are, the cap idea is a good one, like $600.
Does that cap currently exist?
Right, but not at the.
The 150, it's
I'm saying at 200.
450, right?
I'm saying
It's 600?
Yeah, it's 600, 600 is capped now.
So it'd be 800 cap.
Right.
Right, but what I'm saying is, what if we did 200? What if we did it at 200 but kept the cap at 600?
That's what
I wouldn't disagree with that, but it just, you're still limiting to multiple kids. There's, single family or single child families, and, I'm just trying to make it equitable across the board so that if you have one kid or you have 4 kids, it's equitable across the board.
It just occurs to me, I don't want this to sound smart aleck. It sounds like the skin in the game argument that we were talking about earlier. The skin in the game, by paying the pay to play, there's a little
That's
more
what we were
motivation.
getting at. If you want to play Suzuki, you want to do this, you want to do that, that was our whole point, is that you pay to play. You want to play the tuba, here, it is going to cost you $75.
Okay, I played tuba in high school, right?
I did know that, that's why I'm bringing it up. So, if
I
you
wanna see
want, if
pictures.
you want to play Suzuki, you want to do that, that's what the proposal really comes down to is, yeah, let's put this in a larger pot if you're going to pay, so if everybody participates and we have to fill that $500,000, I think it's $500,000, that, so it's less on the family. So the tuba player pays $45, the football player pays $45, and it's more equitable.
And then,
So that everyone has skin in the game.
Yeah, but we broached this a little bit last week. I remembered after the meeting that my daughter goes to Hart school for like 3 different things, and the monthly payment there is more than my car payment. I forget about it because I just write the check, and that's what I do as a dad. But so there are, for music students, there are additional expenses as well when you get to the higher levels of it. Just curious, 150 versus 200, what about 175? Does that make a difference anywhere? And that'd be $50,000, so it's not as much. Is that even worth discussing? I don't know.
It's better than a sharp stick in the eye.
Yeah. I'm just, I guess the point was to keep it at its current level so we don't go, there's, what was the number? 60% of the schools don't pay anything in our group? 70% of the schools don't pay anything.
Right.
And we would now, with this, we would be the tied for the highest. We'll,
Second behind
Towns 225.
oh, so second highest.
Did you want to make an amendment?
Any interest in that? I don't know. I hadn't considered this before right now.
Let's pressure test the 150 limit first, and then we can move down to the 175.
Oh, interesting. You don't want to bargain against yourself? Okay, gotcha.
Can I just say, can we just make sure that, I know we keep saying people know, but that we make sure there's some way in writing, I don't know if it's in the handbook, wherever, that students are aware that there is help available if they need it. I think that's our biggest concern, aside from being number 1 or number 2 in skin in the game.
There's that concern as well, and then the multiple families with, if you have 2 kids that are playing 4 sports. I guess it gets capped, but it gets, don't forget, you have to pay for everything else, the shoes, the cleats, the this, the that,
Well, I would just say that I will vote against returning it to 150, but if that carries, I would then like to propose a lower cap, at least. So I'm just saying that there are different ways to vote this.
All right, shall we proceed with the vote, and then we'll test the waters, as they say. So all those in favor of, so what am I doing here? All those in favor of
Returning to 150,
there you go, returning to 150 per sport with a total cap of 600 per family.
That's the amendment. No, the original is 200, 800.
Oh, that's right. That's
Do we have to vote to?
It's already baked in the budget, so this is
Yeah.
whether or not to keep it in. So what I just said.
Oh, 150 and 600, my fault, Mike, sorry, go ahead, you're in.
Oh, right.
So all those in favor of returning to the 150 with the 600 cap, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so that did not carry. So let's, Cheryl, go ahead and make your amendment.
Okay, now that it's going to cost $200 ridiculous dollars to play a sport, can I at least argue that we should lower the $800 cap to the $600 cap?
Or should we go the other way, that we lower it to
If
175
you're
with a
interested in making
700?
changes to this, just give me a dollar number and then we'll work it out. I mean, basically is what you're gonna have to
Okay,
do.
so how about all those?
I mean, if you want to say, okay, because if you want to say, okay, I'm willing to spend another $50,000 next year, then we can come back to you with, okay, this is what it would look like if we did 175 flat, or we could put a cap there, and then we can provide you with a bunch of alternates.
So restore $50,000 to pay for play.
Right.
And or 75,000 or.
25,000.
20, yeah.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. My only problem is that the argument that I had for the cap wasn't to lower the amount of savings. It was exactly that once you go to 200 and you're still the 4-sport thing, then that's ridiculous. And so I really do want to argue that, in particular, we have to cap people who have multiple kids who are all buying shoes.
I think we don't have enough information at this hour of the night to make that type of policy decision. My recommendation is, okay, right now you've got this amount of money, so you propose to add $100,000 to the budget, that's fallen off. If you want to propose adding $50,000 to the budget, we can that would be either just 175 flat, or it could be 200 with a cap of, I don't know what. Or it could be 165
The
with a
problem
cap.
is we have to put a cash amount next to your.
So-
Yeah.
all right.
suggested,
We
Cheryl,
need a
for the
bottom line
budget.
here.
Go ahead, Mark.
175, 700 cap.
So that-
No, so why don't we,
Yeah.
I make a motion to reduce the amount by 50,000, and then they could figure out what the allocation is.
Sorry, I would argue 25,000.
Well, that the motion's on the thing. If someone wants to second it,
Your motion?
yes.
Second.
All right, all those in favor of reducing to 50,000?
Increase to 50,000.
Sorry,
Yeah, we're going to reduce the increase in pay-to-play to
reduce the increase.
50,000.
So all those in favor of reducing the increase to pay-to-play by $50,000, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, we have 4 ayes. Are those opposed?
No.
Nay.
Mm-hmm.
We have some ambivalence. Sports and gender.
But it,
But Tammy didn't vote. We have an abstention.
What do we have, 4-2-1?
it doesn't matter if the 4 wins. So.
No,
Yeah.
but we need, for the record, we need to have, all right. All right, folks, now we need to go and vote for the,
Sorry.
Overall
are-
budget.
Are there any other motions?
sorry, any other motions for any other changes? Mark, Jay, Carol, Tammy, Cheryl, Dave? No other motions, no other changes you want to make? Cut our pay on the board? All right,
Absolutely.
so now we have to go back and all those in favor of adopting the superintendent's budget with the amendments heretofore discussed and approved for a total budget of $160,157,754.
Can I just take a little second just to double check the math before?
Pause.
And can you let us
what-
know, X, the add back in from the governors,
Yeah.
what we actually wound up taking out as a board?
I will do that.
Thank you, Chip.
I will do that, but just let me check to make sure.
You know what? We were so
There's no one, there's only 2 young people who are not interested, so he'll put it back later.
There was heavy action in Vegas, the line was off.
Okay, good. All right, so yes, that's correct. So that's the right number. And then, so what you cut without that thing, $254,000.
$250,000. Plus the already,
Plus Tom's original.
correct. Okay, can I repeat the vote?
Yep, you're ready to go.
All those in favor of approving the superintendent's budget with the amendments approved tonight for a total final budget of $160,157,754, please say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
There we have it. The ayes have it, 5-2. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we can't do this. You have to go line by line, person by person. I'm sorry. The name, you have to go individually. I'm sorry. It's a name, it's individual. So what I just said, we'll start alphabetically. Sorry.
Mrs. Blanks?
Aye.
Ms. Exum?
Aye.
Dr. Greenberg?
Aye.
Dr. Overmeyer Velazquez?
Aye.
Mr. Paul Uke?
Aye.
Mr. Sarzan?
Nay.
Mr. Zdanowitz?
Nay.
Thank you, folks. Thank you very much. We have an approved past budget. Congratulations, Tom. Have a good year.
You look like you want an all-expense-paid trip to Akron, Ohio in February, Tom.
All right, folks. We have no new business. Staff communication reports.
Do you have a report, Tom?
Superintendent report.
No report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, routine matters. We have a financial report. I have a motion to approve the review for approval of the financial report for the period ending of February 28, 2017.
So moved.
Second.
Very good.
All right, short and sweet.
All right, I'm on. Let's see, if you'll go to the budget, on page 4, it says at the bottom, here, I'll just take you straight to that. We'll go over this fairly quickly. If it's too fast, please let me know, but it's good news on the budget here. As we're looking at the first section here in salaries, it's all just minor updates with staff turnover items. So you can see in the end here, it's $35,000 change, which is not a lot considering everything. And again, we're on page 4 of this. Yeah. Let's see. Under benefits, again, it's very small numbers here. Just keep in mind here, let's see, unemployment compensation, it's been updated based on current needs. We've been talking throughout the year that we had to see what the trends were, and now that we're into the school year, remember, this is as of February 28th. And so we've got a better handle on what the trend is for unemployment compensation. And so we're getting close to locking that in. We expect it to be some $83,000. As we go on further down, purchase services, we've got negative $60,000 on professional technical services. That's related to higher translator costs and more independent education evaluations. An interesting one, 5430 tuition. We have an additional $415,000. That's the additional open choice money that came to us, $195,000, plus additional funds from a higher reimbursement rate. The reimbursement rate was 74%. So it's very good. Let's see. As we keep going here, that's about it. So we're looking good. Any questions on this page? No? We'll move to the next page. Page 5 is state and federal grants. That's actually pretty short and sweet as well. We've got some updated estimates on the IDEA Part B. So those numbers have changed. You'll see there. We're just updating things. But otherwise, it's pretty minor. And special funds on the next page, page 6. Again, only minor changes. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I'm sorry if it's fast, but again, there's not a lot of movement here.
Just one question actually
Sure.
for Chip, not for now, but you'll keep us posted, of course, of any changes at the federal level of the reduction in grant possibilities and any kind of reduction in or increase in funds for us.
Yeah, I think, whatever they do isn't going to affect us for whatever budget the Trump administration adopts for their year that begins fiscal October 1 of 17 won't impact us till the 18-19 school year.
I was at a presentation last week with Noelle Ellerson, who's the national advocate for the American Superintendents Association, and I can forward you her report on the impact of federal and what it looks like in 1 year, 2 year, 3 years.
Okay. Great. And so we're looking pretty good here. We're getting closer to our balanced budget that we're looking for. Remember, the schools are still operating on a holdback, so kudos to them. Thank them so much. They've been asked to conserve to get us to 0, which is a big help and much appreciated. Our last page 7 is nutrition services. Looks very good. We're close to breaking even. Food costs are under better control. We had 3 fewer operating days. Yeah, so that's all good news as we move along. And with that, I'll conclude the report unless there are questions.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions for Mr. Polyuk? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the financial report for the period ending February 28, 2017, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, folks. Moving on, motion to review the motion to approve the minutes of the regular Board of Education meeting of March 21, 2017. Second?
Second.
Any edits? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes of the regular Board of Education of March 21, 2017, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? No, Jay, you were at that one, so that's all right.
Yep,
That-
I'm-
that wasn't
I'm
what-
legal.
We were at a workshop, so it didn't count anyway. Reports? Our students are gone. From you all? No, I felt like I went to something, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, West Hartford's cooking, yeah, thanks. That was, yeah, we missed, there was a bunch of us weren't able to make it, but I think we made some good money, some good food. All right, future business. 4 more meetings for the year, April 18th, May 2, May 16, and June 6th, right back here, 7 o'clock. Any requests for future agenda items?
I have a request for a
Oh.
future, yes, this is out of left field. I am going to request that this board and central administration consider whether it is worth attending school on that Monday, the 19th. I'm not suggesting a position one way or another. I just would like to know, if it's possible, the pros and the cons of it. Just because I've gotten a lot of feedback from people saying, really? You're making us go for 4 hours on that Monday? You got to be, well, I can't repeat it because we're on TV.
I never said 4 hours. I haven't said how long the last day would be.
Okay, well, that's fair. But but it seems that in most recent years, it's been a shortened day. So I think most people are of the mindset that, do we really need to go do this? And I'm okay with it. I just would like to know the pros and the cons of doing it.
We can absolutely discuss it. The calendar is your purview. If you want to bring it up, that's up to you. I would say that, as always with parents, you have a choice of whether to send your child that.
Well, and that's what I've told these people. I said, no one is going to come after you if you don't come to school on Monday. But I think the supposition is that, well, the really good things are happening on that Monday, and I don't want to have my kid miss out on it. So again, I'm not saying one way or another, but I think we should
can
discuss
talk about it more. The one thing that we do know is we will be paying people no matter what.
It's a sunk cost, whether we like it or not. I mean,
We have a request for a future agenda item. Final day of schools on Mondays, discuss. We'll look forward to talking about that in the future. The near as well, we have a couple more, right. All right.
So,
any other requests for future agenda items? No? Comments from visitors? Rick? It's all good?
Hearty few.
No executive session. We have a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second? All those in favor of adjourning? We're adjourned.